会被挡到吗？那可能要请他就是说，因为充电的地方在那边。这样子你就可以了。没办法找，所以这个不行。我觉得可能要他们桌子很小，我问他，你说他们两个桌子比较，他们过去的这样就有位置可以拿。是房子现在可以。这样就会被挡到。我跟他说，有没有脚架？还想去脚架？对，那个脚架。你先铺上。从后面剪。要小心。
Good morning, everybody. Since all the panelists and discussers are here, so we can start this session. This session, in this session, we will got 3 papers right here. The first one is co-authored by Jenny Archudivia and Li Fan Wu. The author cannot come here, so the paper will read by Maya, her sister, on behalf of herself. The title is Relief, Recovery, and Revitalization Measure for Tourism and Hospitality Industry during COVID-19 pandemic, case study from Taiwan. And the second paper co-authored by Li Guanglong, Luan Tuan Fuyong, Wu Hongqing, and Duo Hongqiang. The title is How do Small and Medium Enterprise Strategy Change Under the Impact of COVID-19? And the third article is authored by Tate Agape Bawana. The title is Profit and Loss Sharing Financing. a solution to revitalize the economic impact of COVID-19 pandemic in ASEAN. Each paper will get 10 to 12 minutes. And we also have a discussion right here. It's Professor Zhang Jiaquan from Sun Yat-sen University. So we are happy to invite Maya to read the first paper. Okay, the floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very glad to be here, and thank you for providing this opportunity to share our research. And the research is about how Taiwan successfully and brilliantly managed to hold the COVID-19 spread in the country, and especially how this affected tourism and hospitality industry in the country. So we all know that many countries introduced response measures to prevent the spread of the COVID-19 in the countries. So the containment measures such as border control, lockdowns, and others, as well as an assistant measures such as case identification. As we know in Taiwan, you have to scan the QR code. Similar measures have been implemented in other countries as well, and also proactive case finding and monitoring the suspicious infected individuals. But all these measures, while they are helping to hold the spread of COVID-19, they are also having the negative impact on social and economic development, international, regional, and local travels, as well as economies. We all heard and saw on the news how local businesses in many countries struggled, especially in countries where it depends on import of goods, or especially tourism and hospitality. So how did Taiwan do in this situation? We all know that Taiwan has had successfully controlled COVID-19 virus, and because the paper has been written and on the date of submission of the paper to the conference and to the journal, it was 2020. So the data is as of November 2020. We know that there were only 602 confirmed cases and only 7 deaths. That's comparing to the population of Taiwan of 23 million people. This is an amazing number. And what did exactly Taiwan do? First of all, Taiwan did not introduce temporary travel ban for foreign nationals entering the country. We know that they almost cut the flights. Only a few number of specific individuals could enter the country. Also, all local residents were advised not to travel if it was not essential. Also, if you were in Taiwan on that time, we all know that there were no national lockdowns, no very strict lockdowns. There were some measures to control this COVID-19. And also, no matter what happened, still local operations have been much less affected. And it all thanks to official governance, high quality of medical research and healthcare. And also, Taiwan is one of the first countries in the world who implemented the smart use of digital technologies to control the spread of COVID-19. And we know that tourism in Taiwan is a great piece of pie. And the tourism brings around 13 million US billion annually, and more than 10 million international tourists visit Taiwan on annual basis, and spend the 6.46 nights on average in the past 5 years. But unfortunately, there were no studies who focused on the impact of COVID-19 on tourism and hospitality industry in Taiwan, how this affected Taiwan. So the impact was that there was a decline in number of inbound tourists. For international tourists, as you see from the numbers, it's a dramatical number. And for domestic tourists, the 316 scenic spots were observed, and the number is that the number of tourists declined by almost half in March 2020. Also, the stock price of companies in the hospitality industry in Taiwan plummeted and dropped dramatically, and but actually it gradually recovered and stabilized in June 2020. This is the chart where we can see the comparison between the number of domestic tourists in Taiwan, and we see number dropped and then it went back to normal. And what research design and methodology we used for this paper? It was the analysis of publicly accessible sources, such as databases or official websites of government agencies, as well as Taiwan CDC, newspaper publications, and other official websites. Also, we conducted interviews with hotel and restaurant business owners from May to June 2020. And we had a unique opportunity to access to 5 locations and observe their daily operations. This was very important for our study. What kind of relief measures for the hospitality industry were implemented in Taiwan? So we know there were 3 stages: preventive measures, bailout, and revitalization. And the special budget, which was approved by Consecutive Yuan, which is the Taiwan Parliament on March 2020, was 1.05 trillion NT dollars. And the total beneficiaries included the travel agencies, hotels, homestay, tourism, entertainment, and in-job the tour guides, leaders, those who suffered the most. So this was a great help for Taiwan tourism and hospitality industry from the government. Also, there was a quarantine hotel program. Maybe if you went abroad during this time period, you experienced this. So incoming persons were allowed to stay at home and then self-quarantine for 14 days. And they could not take public transportation or use private or rental cars. And online application procedure for hotels who want to become the quarantine hotel was implemented. And this was a great opportunity for hotels to somehow make up for the losses they had. And by the February 2020, 10 hotels in Taipei already registered. And by the June 2020, 24 quarantine hotels in Taipei already were part of this program. So in total, we know that there were 600 hotel rooms, 6,000 hotel rooms transformed into a legal quarantine hotel in the whole Taiwan. And also, government provided a provision of 2,500 NT dollars as a daily subsidy. Yeah, this was a program like when you entered Taiwan, you could you have to pay for the quarantine hotel yourself, but then you could claim back from the government if you were eligible, and could get almost 2,500 as a daily subsidy. And there were also the quarantine taxi practice, which was very interesting. There was a special taxi service, quarantine taxi, which all the incoming tourists had to use when they were entering Taiwan. And this helped, this was an economic relief for drivers and owners of taxi and rental car businesses who suffered in Taiwan. And then this service became available in 2 international and 3 domestic airports of Taiwan. And also, food delivery service subsidies were very efficient in helping local businesses. We know that the food delivery companies such as Yuwu Delivery, Cutaway, Foodomo, Inline, and GPG Express joined this program. And 160 million NT dollars were subsidized to food delivery fees. And this helped both restaurants and these delivery companies. Also, we know about the face mask rationing. And by the end of spring 2020, Taiwan became the 2nd largest face mask supplier in the world. And there were general public online masks ordering mechanisms, and also there were mechanisms to provide businesses with the face masks. So what about the conclusion and limitations of our study? We know that dependency between effectiveness of the undertaken measures and collaborative efforts among all stakeholders, included but not limited to government, local tourism and hospitality, as well as public, was the key point in helping Taiwan to successfully fight the COVID-19. But as any study, our study is not with limitation. So we consider that consecutive observation is encouraged to provide robust supplementary evidence, because by the time of finishing this paper, there was not enough time between the government implementing these practices and the results it has. So future studies could analyze the longer time period. Also, we would suggest future studies to use more sectors of the hospitality industry, such as airline and travel agencies, if they have opportunity, of course. Thank you for your attention, and I would be glad to hear your suggestions or questions.
Yes, everybody are very satisfied with your presentation.
But I heard there were some exchange students, right? Yeah, maybe because maybe you haven't spent enough time in Taiwan, maybe you have some questions.
Okay. Firstly, the question is that I will give you a commentary for this paper, so we can open the floor to the audience later. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So you can go back to this. Okay. Because of according to the regulation of the conference, if we got 3 papers, the moderator got to discuss the first paper. So I'm responsible to discuss this paper. Since last year, COVID-19 interrupted a transborder movement and personal exchanges. Pandemic prevention, escalation of alert levels, and community lockdown and vaccine distribution are key issues for Taiwan to prevent the spread of a pandemic. But otherwise, as what Maya just presented right here is that prevent the spread of pandemic did not only count on the government, they need to cooperate of different sectors. So this paper is a very important indicator to reveal how Taiwan react to the pandemic. As you might observe the past 2 years from the television, politics is still very important for Taiwan to prevent the spread of pandemic. So political maneuvering and security dilemma actually keep in great tension the past 2 years. Amid depressing atmosphere, ironically, due to qualitative easing of monetary policy, not only in Taiwan, also across the world, stock market and property market are just as good as you can image. So it turns out that the ups and suffering of economic downturn are not very much discussed in Taiwan. So obviously, tourism and hospitality industry are very important for us to observe the true dynamic of consumption market. There are 2 points right here to be added to Maya's presentation. So maybe you can forward my commentary to Jenny as well. First, beyond relief, recovery, and revitalization measures presented in this paper, we should pay more attention to political reaction as well. Taiwan is celebrated for extraordinary achievement to prevent pandemic spreading, but the mandate to clear all daily new cases make the tourism and hospitality industry suffer. The Tourism Association in Taiwan actually reiterate complaints against this the past 2 years, and it's also become a very big political pressure. As you might know that Taiwan have election maybe every other years or each year. So hotel and eatery shop actually shut down across every region. So we should not ignore the potential political effect of pandemic victims during this achievement. The second one is that cross-strait relations actually keep going down after last year. we don't see any opportunity in the near future for China to lift the travel ban across the strait. And you might know that tourists from mainland China is one key factor for Taiwanese industry, for Taiwanese tourism and hospitality industry to keep going the past few years. And the past 2 years and maybe the next few years, if Taiwan don't have tourists from China, obviously Taiwan need to expand market elsewhere. But if the travel ban or any quarantine restriction are not lifted, maybe we need more detail to see how to evaluate Taiwan's effort to reboost the economy. Okay, that's my commentation. Okay, here we can come to the second article. It's going now to presented by Mr. Buyong right here. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Professor, and good morning, everyone. Yeah, it's my pleasure to be here. Actually, this is the second time I attend this conference in Wenzao University. And today, on behalf of the author group, I would like to present a paper on solidity and investigations of our group on how do small and medium enterprises strategy change under the impact of COVID-19 in Vietnam. And this is the agenda of my presentation today. So I would like to go directly into introductions. Okay, as we know, the small and medium-sized enterprises, or SMEs, play an important role to promote the economy due to several idiosyncratic characteristics of this type of organizations, because they are very flexible, very dynamic, and very adaptable to environment. And SMEs also account for 98.1% of total number of businesses operating in Vietnam. And they also create more than 6 million jobs, contributing nearly 50% of GDP. So the role of SMEs in an economy, not only in Vietnam, but also in other economies, is very important. And the major external shocks, such as COVID-19 pandemic and social distancing period, definitely impact various aspects of the economy, and it disrupts economic equilibrium. Under the COVID-19 pandemic, almost all Vietnamese enterprises nationwide, of which more than 80% of SMEs are affected in different levels. In short, COVID-19 is quintessential health crisis, accompanied by a slew of unprecedented troublesome that require the firm to take into deliberation to generate a proper, effective coping strategy that can face with and overcome this really serious situations. And based on the theory of the dynamic capability, after research like this theory, we realize that this is a combination of traditional competitive advantage theory and resources-based theory. In the dynamic capability theory, refer to the firm's ability to grasp the market fluctuation and see the opportunity delivered by the business environment with both hands. And this theory serves as a firm background for business testing to create their own competitiveness, generate the profits, and adapt to constantly changing environment, especially when dealing with the difficult situation like COVID-19 pandemic. However, there is a lack of investigation on SME business coping strategy in some emerging economy like Vietnam under this kind of situations, and especially from the perspective of the owner or the manager of SME, the people who play really pivotal roles in making decisions. Yeah, that's really affect to operations and also the survival of this company, this kind of company. And our research objectives is to explore the impact of major external shocks, namely COVID-19 pandemic. In this case, on the business strategy of SMEs based on the dynamic capability theory. In the literature review part, we mentioned through COVID-19 as a crisis and the firm crisis management. For the firm crisis management in organizational management domain, crisis management is a key component in the firm's effective managerial strategies, making it the imperative for an organization's long-term viability, sustainability in such a dynamic market. As a result, the business should revise their policy regularly to ensure that they can survive, they can thrive in unpredictable times, especially in the severe COVID-19 pandemic and social distancing period in Vietnam, as well in other countries. Talk about dynamic capability theory. Dynamic capability theory delivers a linkage between traditional competitive advantage theory and resources-based theory. This means they will investigate the internal or the inside organizational resources that they can utilize and they can create a competitive advantage of the company. And the dynamic capability is defined the firm's ability to integrate, to build, and to reconfigure internal and external competency to address rapidly changing environment. And based on this theory, we will form our research and also build the research questions. Here is like 5 dynamic capability components. The first one is innovative capability. This is an imperative element among others, which pertains to elaborating new approaches to achieve organizational goals. The second one is adaptive capability. It related to the firm's ability to expertise and reconfigure and coordinate their resources to promptly respond to business changes. The third component is absorptive capability. It defines as the ability of recognize, develop, and capitalize on external knowledge to create valuable new knowledge. The network capability refers to the firm's ability to initiate leverage relationship between organizations to obtain diverse resources. And the last one is the market sense capability. This one describes as an organization's ability to properly grasp its competitors, customer, and business environment, both external and internal. For the coping strategies, there are 4 fundamental strategies that enable firms to sell through a crisis and remedy its repercussions. The first one is retrenchment. This strategy implies that businesses would adopt initiative to curb their expense and complexity. The second strategy is persevering. This one is employing a persevering strategy. Firms are able to continue their businesses and achieve long-term stability despite the difficulty. And they try to maintain their current position in their product market. The third strategy is innovating. The firms that adopt the innovating strategy are more likely to be more technological innovative with their products and seek out the new market. The last one is exit strategy. This one mentioned to the coping strategy that the firm can employ when the other options are condemned to failure. And this is the methods and the symbol. We use like qualitative approach based on in-depth interview. And the respondents are owner and managers, SME located in Ho Chi Minh City. And SME operation years from at least 2 years, and their company has survived after the COVID-19 pandemic. And we want to investigate how they use the strategy to cope with these situations. This is the symbols descriptive. Most of SMEs, they work in service sector. Some of them work in manufacturing, retailing, and other sector. Yes, this is also a little bit like suitable with the distribution of SME in Vietnam. Most of them work in service sector. For the methods, we based on qualitative methods with 6 steps, and the data analysis is supported by MarkQDA software. Okay, this is the finding with like some quotations. We present in details in the full paper. So how about the discussion and finding? For first one, this strategy will contribute to prominent theory. dynamic capability theory, crisis response theory. This study findings partly supported strategy model and for the companies like crisis management. And we also recognize some inconsistent framework with like rigorous scholar. For practical implication, I think this is one of the most important parts in our study. We suggest that the particular business strategy should be implemented depending on firm characteristics. Firm with like vigorous innovative capability and agility capability should employ innovative strategy, such as like they will create new products, new market, new methods that enable them to explore opportunity. The firm with less or no preparation plan for crisis management, they should adopt a pursuing strategy by which they implement short-term actions. And analyzing firms should consider that analysis strategy so that they can reanalyze the firm's strategy and consider the dynamic factors in the business environment. Lastly, the remaining firms that not have the above characteristics should employ retrenchment and defensive strategy that shelter themselves during this period. Especially with like 15 SME, no company apply the asset strategies. Even that one company, they can double their revenue during the pandemic. That is a very special finding in our research. And also has some limitation about the number of samples, also the time of our research. We just do the research in the early stage of the COVID-19 pandemic. So the future research should be investigated during like the larger and longer term to get more insight in terms of this topic. Finally, this research mainly focus on the organizational factors to analyze the strategy trends of SMEs in Vietnam. Other factors like institutional factor and entrepreneurs factor have not been considered in this research scope. For the future research directions, we highly recommend that scholars should attach the 3 new types of dynamic capability to the original framework. Also try to explain more and analyze more like factor relating to the owner, also like the external factor to analyze how the SME they can cope with like this situation and they can create strategy and utilize their internal and also external resources. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for Buyong's presentation. We will invite Professor Zhang Jiaquan to discuss.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jiaquan. Today, first of all, I want to thank Wenzao Universities to give me such a great chance. It is my pleasure to be here to read to join these fabulous panels, to read all excellent papers. So my background is international political economics. I usually consider myself a political economist. And today, most of the papers focus on the perspective of business management or financing perspective. So I learned a lot. And today, I guess my role is trying to provide some mature opinions and try to maybe provide some constructive suggestions for you guys. I'm sure you are going to publish these projects. So maybe I can do my best to give you some advice how you can improve. Revise for your papers. So first of all, let me give everyone a very quick, brief introduction about what the project is about. So basically, there's a bunch of literature studying how firms react crisis, how they adapt. However, there's a shortage in scholarship that there's very few literatures pay enough attention, especially specific attention to how small and medium enterprise react crisis, how they adjust, especially those SME in emerging markets. So this paper intends to fill this gap by studying small and medium enterprise with the focus on business or managers perspective. So, argument method findings in brief. Basically, the authors survey the literature and come up with important theories and also derive some hypotheses. And from those theoretical arguments, the author used their interview in Vietnam to either validate or invalidate some theoretical arguments. So basically, based on the literature, I think the author already mentioned very clear. They highly their theory builds on the dynamic capabilities literatures. So they think in the face of crisis, firms usually need to develop these five abilities. And then the author also argued that by surveying literatures, firms usually can come up with these I call 4+1 strategies. 4+1 means analyzing strategies is something the author come up or propose or find in their interview, but does not mention or get enough attention in the literature. So you already know that that's a semi-structured in-depth interviews with 50 owners in Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam. So that's their conclusions. The authors find actually the major theories are all confirmed. Most firms, when they face crisis, they will develop a lot of abilities. So I highlight firm agility capabilities because that does not mention in the literatures, and I will comment on that point. Then strategies. So no exit strategies was chosen by the firms according to their findings. Any other strategies, according to their papers, they all found these. Some firms choose that, and the other choose the others. So theory, basically, the theories are confirmed. Contributions. It's a very interesting articles, and that validates some important theories. Also, this is a very important question. We don't want to study some question that nobody cares. So this is very important how small and medium enterprise deal with the crisis. And the author also survey and confirm some important theories. So I think that's a very important contribution. Some suggestions. I guess first of all, when I read these papers, I immediately jump up a question. So what exact date was the interview is conducted? Remember last year's there are some like excellent countries who fight COVID so well. New Zealand, Taiwan, Vietnam, almost zero death. So when you surveyed those business owners, they may have some ideas at that time. But now we witness a huge surge waves in Asia. So maybe when you conduct your interview in like these years, you probably can find different things. And that question actually need to be addressed by our previous papers, Maya's. So your papers on Taiwan's people will immediately come up with the question. So what's happening right now? Because Taiwan faced a surge and has some new strategies. So I guess so going back to Ran's papers, I guess that's the first question. Really need to identify or tell the reader what's the date of the interview. And second, based on your literature, you basically describe what or literatures you already provide a literature say what those capability and the strategy is. However, this one, the agility abilities and these analyzing strategies, they do not show in your section of literatures. So now that they immediately confuse me. Like, does that actually it can be included in some strategies already mentioned in literature, or they are new? So I recommend you can have a new section for these. And also some food for thought. So I mean, interesting about your finding. No firms choose exit strategies, exit the market. So then there might be two potential explanations. First of all, Because when you survey, when you interview those companies, they have so the one criteria is they need to survive the crisis, the COVID-19. Why if some companies just don't survive, so they just exit? Then in your sample, you actually cannot capture those choices. And maybe there might be another explanation. I think that may be interesting. Like a foreign firm. Okay, I have 5 minutes, right? Good. So maybe foreign firms in Vietnam tend to choose exit strategies, but Vietnamese company, they have nowhere to go, so they will fight until the last minute. So maybe that's the potential explanation. So maybe I encourage you to dig into this explanation when you want to continue your project. And so what's the role of states and governments? Government provide a lot of policies. Then in your studies, it's like you focus on how business respond. Then what would be their opinion about what government should do? And last point. So this you can ignore, but this is some full of thought from my perspective, my background of international political economy. So for political economists, usually they think in the face of crisis, there might be different type of crisis or different type of challenge for actors, for firms when they face crisis, risk and uncertainty. What does that mean? Risk usually we call it rhino, non-unknowns. We know something is going to happen, but we are not very sure how to deal with it. So we study because we can use probabilistic thinking, calculation, any other things to help us to deal with these. And I think in your paper, you basically think firms consider or perceive COVID-19 as a risk. But there might be something about uncertainty. And actually, COVID-19 is like black swan. When COVID-19 hit last April, former President of the United States Trump said, "Oh, it's just a little cold." No one want to prepare for that. But then things get out of control. So what the firm can respond if previously they think that's not a big deal, then now they think, wow, it's out of control. How do they respond? So I use this, so this is the terms from something. But so there are something we know. There are something we know we don't know. The most dangerous thing is unknowns. So why do we need to know this distinction? It's because afterward, or firm would behave differently. So wait, sorry, spoiler. Okay. So usually I thought I need to comment at the end of section. So now I will focus here. So political economists think if actors think now the crisis is based on risk. So actors actually will follow the literature like a dynamic capability literature tells us we need to analyze, we need to study, we need to develop our innovative capability. But once the crisis is actually so uncertain, no one knows what's the correct answer, then social convention usually plays a role. So what do we mean by social convention? So usually it means, so what you are used to doing, usually is the best strategies. You will stick to the choice. And usually that would be a wrong choice. You will definitely, you probably may be punished, but you just don't know what will be the correct answer because it's so uncertain. So that's something I hope to, these are some comments when I finish the reading. But again, this is very interesting. I learned a lot. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for Professor Jiajian's detailed commentary. We learn a lot, and we do need some food for thought because it's very close to lunch right now. Okay, we are still one article away. The third article is read by a professor from Mr. Bawana. The title is Profit and Loss Sharing Financing Solution to Revitalization the economic impact of COVID-19 pandemic in ASEAN. Okay, the floor is yours.
Good morning, professors. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so glad to have the opportunity to present my paper. So today I will discuss about the profit and loss sharing or PLS financing. And this is one of the solutions to revitalize the economic impact of COVID-19 pandemic in ASEAN. So this is my outline for today. We will first talk about the introduction and the background of my research. And then I will try to explain about the literature review about my research. And then I will try to give some of the evidence of the PLS in ASEAN countries. And I also try to explain about why PLS can be an alternative solution. And the last part of this presentation is about the conclusion. So for my introductions, we know during the pandemic of the COVID-19, the GDP growth rate in the ASEAN countries already decreased. We can see here in the ASEAN, especially all of the countries in ASEAN, from the 4.4 in the last year of 2019 compared with the 2020, the GDP growth decreased into the -4, and it follows by almost all of the ASEAN countries. Even though some of the countries still in the positive growth, for example, like the Vietnam and the Myanmar and the Laos, but the trend is decrease. And it's already mentioned from the previous presentation that there are some of the problems causes this decrease of the GDP growth. For example, almost all of the countries in ASEAN implemented the lockdown policy and the social containment measures. And the impact is, like the second presentation, the micro and small medium enterprises, or MSMEs, services and tourism sectors are among the most affected by this pandemic. So in here, I will more specific talk about the micro and small or medium enterprises, because of some of the literatures mentioned that MSMEs is one of the backbone in the GDP's contribution in the ASEAN countries. So in here, the fact is MSMEs contributed 88.8 to 99.9% of total establishment, and then 51.7 to 97.2% of total employment. And also the sector contributed around 30% to 53% of total GDP in ASEAN. And it's also contributed 10% to 20% of total export in the ASEAN countries. And during of the pandemic, roughly 2/3 of ASEAN MSMEs had less than 2 months worth of cash reserves left in early April 2020. And over 1/3 expected to lay off over 40% of their staff. And because of this problem, so in the 37th ASEAN Summit, which is held on November 2020, initiated the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Strategies to New Normal of COVID. So ASEAN countries tried to make the enterprise policy to respond to this COVID-19. And they provide two measures for the short-term and the longer-term structural measures. And to answer the challenges of this economic shock by during the pandemic, so I tried to propose the profit and loss sharing that can be an alternative to be applied in banking sector to accommodate this agenda, because mostly MSMEs and all sectors still need the help from the banking sectors to revitalize their revenue. So my objective here is try to describe model of PLS as a system in commercial banks, and then how PLS application can be applied in ASEAN countries. And my first objective is try to provide the evidence of the contribution of PLS to revitalize the economic shocks in ASEAN during the pandemic, especially. So I will talk a little bit about the literature review. the first one I already told that MSMES is one of the backbone of Southeast Asia's growing economy. And almost large international banks, which is supported the MSME sectors, originated with the loans with interest-based contract or IBC. And in here, the BLS actually tried to give an alternative to support the MSMEs through direct labor participation, and it is involved in the real sector, which directly impacts the economy and the social aspects. BLS are actually one of the excellent models to ensure banking sector stability because this scheme remains stable during the crisis. On the other hand, BLS models also permits the bank to share risk with the customers, and this is the basis of what became known as an interest-free based system. And currently, the concept of BLS is mostly adopted by the Islamic banking system, because this concept is in line with the general consensus in other parts of the world advocating BLS as the proposed model reflecting the true spirit of Islam. But while an Islamic bank is one that is entirely operated using Islamic principle, and Islamic Windows refers to services that are based on Islamic principles that are provided by conventional banks. So actually, conventional bank can provide the BLS system, so not only for the Islamic bank. And here, BLS will be divided into two varieties. The first one is equity participation contract and the passive partnership contract or trustee finance. Because of that, I'll try to collect some of the data from the central banks and the financial authority in all of the ASEAN countries. So two countries, Indonesia and Brunei, these countries already have the independence authority for the monetary. So for the other countries, I will try to capture some of the information from the official website from the central banks. In here, I just want to explain a little bit concept of the BLS. So it's already mentioned that BLS will be divided into two main concepts or schemes. The first one is equity participation contract. So in here, commercial bank and the customer will provide the capital together, and then they will make some project or business. From this project or business, the profit will be distributed based on the percentage of the capital to the commercial banks and customer. The second one is the passive partnership contract. In here, customer as an entrepreneur will give the project to the bank, and the commercial bank will give the capital to the project. From here, the profit will be divided into customer and the commercial bank, but the loss will be going to the commercial bank. So in this concept, the loss will be going to the commercial banks, not to the customer. From these two concepts, so actually in all of the Asian countries, the BLS application is already rooted or already established. In the 6 countries like Malaysia, Indonesia, Brunei Darussalam, Thailand, Singapore, and Philippines, they already adopted the dual banking system, which is contained with the Islamic bank and the commercial bank. But on the another 4 countries, Myanmar, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos, they still provided the conventional bank that also provide the BLS applications. So why BLS is an alternative solution? Because it can ensure stability during the crisis because of the lending that restricts the speculation and the risk sharing based. The second one is also supporting the MSMEs because they reduce the internal principal agent problems, and it will be based on the partnership. And it also fits down in IBC system or interest-based contract system. So conventional bank or IBC system can also provide BLS. So there are still many of the challenges faced by the BLS. The first one is the public opinion that BLS model is exclusive and closed access. Only some of the particular ethnicity or particular region can access the BLS. And there also the imbalance between the bank to customers. The partnership do not have a great amount of control for some operations. And also there is the asymmetric information is considered as the main factor which affect the low BLS. Usually this is about the moral hazard. and the inadequate segregation of operation accounts of conventional and Islamic activities. So there also absence of the standard operating procedures from Sharia perspective and lack of Sharia trained staff to execute BLS transactions. And my conclusion is that the BLS itself needs to be more efficient. So the authorities and central banks and the government in each country in the ASEAN need to promote more and strengthen the framework to support BLS instruments. Because actually, no interest banks here can drive customers' intention to develop their business more. And the BLS can positively support the economic integration through ESC. Also, maybe it can be a solution for Vietnam to make a new strategies to come out from the crisis, especially for the SMEs in the Vietnam. So I think that's all of my presentation. I really will be happy if there are many suggestions and questions about this research. Thank you.
Thank you for Mr. Bawana's brilliant presentation. Now we invite Professor Jia Jian to deliver his commentary.
Hi, it's me again. So again, thank you so much. This is a very fabulous papers. And actually, I'm from Chang-Wenzao Universities and Agao also from Chang-Wenzao Universities. I'm meeting brilliant students in my class. So very happy to read his papers. That said, let me provide everyone a very brief introduction or description about this project. So I think Agao's questions is about what would be a better strategies to help micro, small, and medium enterprise to overcome financial difficulties amid COVID-19. So one of the most severe challenges, I think, in Agao's studies is that so there are a lot of challenges against firms' survivals in during COVID-19, but funding shortage is basically one of the most important or severe challenges. There are a lot of companies, especially for medium, micro, small, and medium enterprise, usually they lack huge fundings to confront with COVID-19 challenges. And because sharp decline in demand and changes in business environment usually cause a sharp decline in profits, which means those small companies will lack those kind of profits, so they don't have cash. Now they are going to bankrupt. So how can we do? Traditional financing framework is that they borrow. So banking system can provide money. However, during the crisis, banking system want to protect themselves. Usually they will try to decrease their lendings. That create really difficulty or troubles for those companies. What can government do? Now we can see that government can use expansionary monetary or fiscal policies. For fiscal policies, government can just give you money, like Taiwan's case, or like the United States, or they can actually decrease interest rates in general. So that actually is something we know, quantitative easing policies. But in Agao's paper, he thinks these are there are some problems with this method. First of all, even though the government try to lower these interest rates or try to provide some policy, usually government enact those policies toward everyone. However, there are usually those benefits provided by government usually will be captured by big companies. When companies face crisis, they have more leverage to get those help from government. So those small and medium enterprises, they just cannot get this help. How can they do? So now this profit and loss sharing model for financing. I'm not sure whether business school are very familiar with this. I'm not familiar with this. So I can just use my background knowledge on finance. So basically, I think just long or short, this framework asks the banks to be the stakeholder. Try to ask the bank to share the profit and loss with the customer, not just someone who is waiting for your interest when you pay back the lendings. So essentially, that's a stakeholder. Yes, that's what the PLS models want. So the author used the ASEAN countries' banking structure to show the strength and weakness of this PLS model, because apparently the author think Islamic banking systems is pretty different from the Western styles banking, who just the Western style bank system who actually want to collect interest when they want to earn a profit when they lend money. It seems that these Islamic banking systems has different purpose, or there are different rules to organize, so that can actually function similar as power and the loss sharing. So these systems ask the bank and the companies and the customers to share the profit and the loss. So the author use this as an examples or practice to show that actually PLS models, profit loss sharing models, is very helpful for companies when they face crisis. Comment. Very interesting argument, also very innovative to connect the Islamic banking system to the PLS model. We know, so people who develop this won Nobel Prize, right? So several years before. So I think this is very brilliant. Some suggestions. Now I think the weakness of the paper actually lies in its strength. So previous, I already mentioned that it's an innovation to connect Islamic banking systems with these based on this PLS model. But when I read your papers, I'm constantly confused which focus you are going to get. So I'm going to use these PLS models to explain the success or challenge of Islamic banking systems. In the end of your papers, you mentioned about some problems for PLS, but actually that's the problems of maybe Islamic banking system, like exclusion, something like that. So are you going to think, that's one potential way. The other is that actually you want to make a general theory for PLS model. So now Islamic banking system is one example. Then you really need to find other parts of the world, other part of the system. You already mentioned some, but you really need to provide systematic evidence to show that PLS actually, there is a variance of adoption of PLS model in all over the world, then there will be a different performance. And then, very quick question, you already mentioned, but there is still some concern for me about PLS model. Now you ask bank to be someone who can shoulder your loss. Usually, if you ask Western economists, they say, "Oh, moral hazard, that's terrible." Because consumer, if they know someone will bail them out, they will do reckless, discretionary business choice. So you probably think, okay, now so because the bank is going to share the loss, maybe you can allow the bank to intervene in the business operation. But is that a good choice for the companies? Because now they will think, oh, those banking, those very rich people, they are going to take over our companies. No, I'm not going to do this. So there will be some interesting dynamic here. Maybe I will encourage you to explore this part. And this is just some final thoughts. Now you provide the argument. So you are arguing that PLS probably can help countries better, and you provide the data about the negative economic impact of COVID-19. But I just don't know. I'm not very sure that country with strong Islamic banking systems like this PLS model actually perform well according to the data. Then now the question is, how do you define success? or resilience in the future of your work. Yeah. So that's some very short, a mature opinion. I hope this will be helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Accounts paper is very interesting to me. For me, it's very easy to share your profit, or very hard to share your loss. So maybe you can respond later. After Professor Jia-Jian's commentary, I invite all our panelists to respond. Each of you might get we still got some time. So each of you might get 3 minutes to respond to discuss this commentary. And after that, we will open the floor to the audience to receive questions. Okay, Maya, you go first.
So, thank you very much for your comments. Yes, I believe it is important to study the political reactions of the COVID-19 crisis and the effect of closure of hotels on the future elections and how this is going to affect the political situation. Thank you for your comments. We will consider this and maybe amend the paper. Also, regarding the tourists from China, yes, they are a big stake of the tourists coming to Taiwan. And it was mentioned in the paper. I could not cover everything in the presentation. And I believe when we were writing the paper, we just wanted to look at the whole picture. But yes, they are definitely a big part of the tourists coming from China. Also, yeah. And as I mentioned, for future studies, it is important to look at the situation on bigger time scale. Because when we were writing the paper, it was end of 2020, but already 6 more months passed, and as we know, in Taiwan, a lot of things happened in regards to COVID spread. So maybe data as for now will show a different picture. Thank you for your comments.
Okay, it's up to Mr. Hu Yong.
Okay, first of all, I would like to thank you, Professor Chang, for your comment, also like some mature suggestion for our research. First of all, I would like to respond some comments. As I mentioned, actually, this research we conduct interview after the first wave of COVID-19 in Vietnam. It's mean in 2020, in May, yeah. And actually, after the first wave, those company they already survive and they already like maintain the business. So sometimes it's also difficult and it's also affect to our general stability of the research. The second point, actually I'm doing the research in business management. That's the reason why sometimes we don't include the institutional factor, or it means the role of the state and also the roles of the government in our research, in our framework. And we based on the dynamic capability, theory, it means we try to explore from the perspective and the angle of the business, how they can recognize, how they can build, and how can they utilize their mostly the internal factor, instead of like macro factor or institutional factor, and we will consider about it. Yes, as Professor can recognize, those companies they already overcome the pandemic. That's the reason why they consider the pandemic at that time a risk, not uncertainty. Yes. And this also affect to our perspective and our research result. One more thing that's a little bit confusing, I think, about the firm scalability and ability. There are different terminology that's used between the two theory that I mentioned, and we will amend our papers in the future. Okay, that's my response to Professor comments. Okay, thank you so much, and we will try to improve our paper.
Thank you very much for the very constructive input for me, Professor. So in here, I already noted some of point of view. So the first one, this is about the weakness of my paper is lies in its strengths. Yeah, I agree with you actually, but I still confused to how to define the concept of PLS and electronic banking. But actually, in this paper, I really want to emphasize on the concept of PLS model itself, because this concept, this PLS, I can adopt it even though in the commercial bank with the internet, with the interest-based contract. So I think this is very flexible. And the second one is about how to deal with the moral hazard. Yes, this is one of the very difficulties in the concept of PLS model. Actually, bank here is not only for the stakeholders, but bank will be the shareholders. So that in here, there will be a possibility for the banking industry to enter in the business scope of the entrepreneur. So probably how to deal with this moral hazard is bank should provide the literacy and the education and the good approach to the businessman, and they also have to educate that the system of PLS is not try to expand or try to go inside further to the business context, but it just try to help the businessman to provide their cash flow better. And then how about the role of state and or the government? So actually, I already see from some of the countries which is already provided the PLS system with the strong electronic banking, for the example like Indonesia, Brunei, and Malaysia. In this country, actually, the role of state and government is still not quite good to support this PLS concept. So probably government can provide the good laws or rules about the operating of this PLS model. And the last one, is it still better performed for the country who adopted this PLS? In the macroeconomic, it's still not quite good in the performance. Why? Because the market share of this PLS model is around 7 to 10% in all of the ASEAN countries. So in here, we still cannot see the contribution of PLS in the massive macroeconomic policy. That's why I want to that's why I give the title of my presentation. This is as an alternative solution. Yeah, thank you, Professor.
Okay, we can open the floor to the audience. Any questions or comment? Or maybe if any panelists you have a question for other panelists, the article, you can raise your question as well.
As far as like with your paper on the Taiwan quarantines prevention, is that like fair to have somebody come in to help the hotel? As far as like a visitor coming to Taiwan, is that a fair thing to do? Is like force them into the hotel? Like trying to see like what's the difference between safety and then trying to like raise economic like stimulus for the country. So is it? I find it a little confusing. It's like, will does that 2 weeks actually keep you safer, or is it helping out the economic, the tourism sector as far as keeping the hotels alive?
We will collect more questions and respond later. Okay. Could you please give me your name?
Tim McCarthy.
I actually want to follow on Tim's point with the different directions. Because your studies, your arguments that government, Taiwanese government actually achieve successful cooperations with tourism and the hospitality business, which I'm totally happy with that conclusion. But it seems that government actually has a very strong rules, either in these quarantine things or things. So when we say cooperation, so usually we think this concept means these two actors has mutual agreement with this practice. But in Taiwanese examples, is cooperation the right terms to describe Taiwanese policies, or actually this is like some impose? I'm not going to use like a enforcement, or maybe some enticement, inducement. Yes, so that's the random thought.
Any more questions? It's a little bit not fair for Maya to respond because she did not really write this paper, frankly speaking.
No, I am the
Yeah.
research author.
You-
Maya.
you're the author?
Join
Maya.
on the later stage. Yes.
Okay. You are the most responsible reader on behalf of other reader. Okay, so Maya, you can respond.
Thank you for your questions. Very interesting questions and suggestions for considering to improving the paper. I would say that as you asked whether it is fair or not for people, for foreigners coming to Taiwan to stay in the hotel. But that's how they, if I may say so, that's the price the foreigners pay to later, after staying in the quarantine, to stay in a very safe environment, right? You know that there were no strict lockdowns in Taiwan thanks to these strict measures at the beginning. And even after the recent outbreak that happened a bit recently, even after that, Taiwan could hold the spread of the virus. And that's all thanks to these measures. And if you experience the environment in Taiwan, I believe the biggest part in this success is the cooperation from the public, because people here follow the rules. They wear the mask, or you can see only a few people breaking these rules. And if you are not allowed to stay in the restaurant, people will buy takeaway. This is a big influence of public cooperation. And if we look at other countries, how this happened in other countries, because of absence of this cooperation, I think they did not do so well. And I think Taiwan's scale, because the country is not big, the inside population is big, but the country itself is not. It's an island. I think this also played a great role for Taiwan to help to hold the spread of the virus. Yes, and as for your comment, I would say that from the data that we had, it was not enforcement, or it was not like a rule for hotels to become the quarantine hotels. It was not an obligatory program. They could, if they were willing and able to become a quarantine hotel, they could submit their suggestion, and then if they were qualified, they would become. So it was not like an enforcement. If I understood your comment correctly.
Yeah, because I'm thinking that some hotels, they just don't have any business. The government enforce very strong border control, so they don't have tourists. So in the end, they think the market just punish it because government's policies. So now they need to ask for help from government. And sometimes they will describe this process as like this is indirect enforcement. But I think it's highly debatable, and I totally buy your argument. Yeah.
Yes, and if I also may add, Taiwan also could survive thanks to domestic tourism, because it is very developed. People here like to travel across the country, and over holidays or big celebrations, people will definitely go to other cities or to some scenic places. And I think this also helped Taiwan to stop the spread of the virus, and also to help the tourist and hospitality industry.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions? Okay, before we finish this session, I would like to invite our panelists to stay for a group photo. And if we don't have other questions, probably this session is finished. And thank you for your participation. And we would like to see you in the afternoon. Okay, so bye-bye.
我们是不是要去那个？
我们就 We can take pictures together.
According to the regulation, we can actually take a one photo.
Don't breathe. I'm kidding.
Okay. Guys, we can take pictures together. Yeah, we can take pictures together.
Yes. Yeah, thank you.
No, it's okay, it's okay. Yeah, the group session. Yeah, please, yeah, welcome. Okay, please.
站后面呢？
在后面可以。
Yeah, anybody can join. Sit where you are
stand
comfortable.
in the 对，
你们有别，你可以跟我们
一起吗？
一起。
Oh, okay, okay. Maybe you can just stand over there because I can't really see you. Yeah, please, right here. Yeah. Sorry about that. Thanks.
We can stand up.
And maybe some of us may just go in.
Just call when you take shot.
可以过来一点。
Just
Sure, sure. No problem.
Yes.
Which one we should look at?
Yeah. Just.
Raise
Just
your
one.
hand.
Yeah,
Okay,
just
okay,
okay.
Okay.
That's
All right.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Again. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Thank you so much. And our next session will begin at 1:20.
Yes.
Back here.
Maya.
Yes.
Last
Thank
time.
you so much.
Yes.
Hi.
家政校还叫什么？去了，真的吗？基本辛苦了。就是那个，你小朋友比较生的。
他现在在上幼儿
我刚上幼儿班哦，
所以他需要人这样。
需要啊，
像我那个
这
有很多人放一个，就是
那你会在跟15分吗？对，不过他们会有一个那个会议室，大家聊一下吧。
哦，好啊，可是让他去那个
不然那个刚什么就立刻死了。
这个够，
因为我是用数位的那个，对，我可以把后边的名字来看一下。
好啊，好啊。
那我跟他解释。好啊，好，谢谢。
因为很好，
I have two papers. Continue to work.
他们没有办法，就是
哎，这里有遇到什么？
可是因为这个原本就是这个
在干嘛？这个你先收，
你先留着，
你现在留着，等一下给主管，给副长就好。
我觉得直接摆就好了，
换什么？
就是比如这一个人就玩就在放这个牌在前面，
对，直接可以。比如说你看，
你如果放得完的话，就全部放得完的话就全部放。
直接组织一下。
好，那可以了，全部放。他不会换位置，他不会从这边搬到那里去。我们就等一下直接就是
可以啊，可以啊，对，你们觉得美观 OK 的话，那就这样子，可以的，可以的，对。
然后刚刚讲什么？递麦克风的是谁？是我。就是你不要让学者自己拿，因为刚刚那个，所以我是要在最后再讲。对，你就是因为他下面如果有人有问题的话，你就拿麦克风给他。就是啊，那个刚刚那个学者，
你的麦克风够吗？
够。
所以当好像有要讲话的时候，那我们的眼睛就要看。
他们讲的就是最后一个就是
录影的
讲话，
是你们等下跟回去接
讲完就可以拿
对
到那边去，因为这也不用放。就是你可以主持人可以一直然后下面问问题的，可以觉得，所以刚才场子觉得就还 OK 吗？可以，
你就直接拿这台。
那计时的，
拿这台吗？
对，拿
我
这
是没有问题，是这边没有不在我这边，是在那个分开的上面，就是这边要插电才
那个2分钟，
还是你去跟他跟拍的拿一台回去。
我想，因为那个时候跟我说用手机，
哦，用手机啊？
对，那个时候就是昨天跟我说，
然后要记得，
那用手机就好了。
我们的计时在这边。对，好。
那你的 SD 卡刚才那张有给了吗？
我还没给，没有人跟我说。
那我
有问题吗？有问题吗？
我刚问你，
有问题可以直接。现在可以，OK，可以。只是说现在饭店没有冷气，会给我们一点。应该每次讲的
不是，
他是第一场的讲者，他现在要用餐。哦，
在这边用站
对，可以。OK。
好的。
好，那我们去 panel A 后面那个。是吗？是12秒。可以去。在一起到。
往电玩意rồi。
我开了这一。用讲说我们这一件，你们这边那边。
Rồi bật lên. Còn cái này. Em cũng có ai.
因为刚刚有一个问题，我是这样子想的。
还是过来，我们是过来讲话。
他们要看这个包括都会转过。对，那转过来了，好不好？没有啊，可是这样问问题的时候，他们背对的。可是主要的是，应该是说主要会是 presentation 的时候需要翻译的话，我们从这样的方向会是比较好，是有这样的想法吗？翻译，但是我觉得，因为其实那一个原本是有这样子的，那我觉得其实如果你翻译坐在那一个讲台前面那张桌子，他坐在外侧的话，他其实要对着这些观众会有翻译。对，为什么是有翻译吗？没有翻译，就是好像听到翻译啊。哦，主持人。我也觉得有需要下一个。对啊，只要2个。对。那去调到现在。我是觉得是这样子。你觉得？我没意见，没意见。这个我留吗？这你先说这，然后再手机。不要看他们坐对或坐那里。这个坐是就这样子，我们这样，然后他就可以对着他们，大家也可以看吗？你是说 moderator 就是主持人的那个 discussion， 他们就可以做这个方向对着大家。是这样，你们是觉得这样子是好的？这样他去拿，那 moderator 东西可以放那边，然后我们的讲者就这样子放 OK 吗？还是要把它转过来？我不知道。这个我觉得我也是觉得会来，因为他们都会看他们的经历，而且也会拍照，写作东西。然后因为刚刚有一个讲者是在前面，但他变成说这样子，一直就是然后整场这样好像女生很方便。好，那就转吧，现在就转吧。一直看。因为我们是可以看现场的一个状况，然后再去调整。然后这边也脏了，需要吗？那下一场是几个人啊？下一场是几个人？6个人，加那个。
Anh có thuyết trình
Không có em đây chưa ra thì xem công viên
cái nhân nhận là thầy cũng vậy.
Thật ra là ví dụ trên mấy cái này là chính nhưng mà bỏ anh rất là làm phỏng vấn nhỏ nhỏ xinh xinh thôi trên đây có cũng rất chỉ thì mình sẽ辛苦了
我在国外，那个先去用餐房。
xong rồi đi mua nước uống đi
几点要回来？那我们是1:20，最晚1:10。
chiều nay là em trình bày nhưng mà sẽ
等下麻烦再发过来。
Thứ hai của giới lịch
有没有你去？去吃好的。
ba bạn này đều ba người này đều từ
去
trường
那个看到那后面的。
bạn ở bên khoa nhân sự các bạn nữ á
ở trường anh hả? Đều trường anh hết ạ.
bên khoa nhân sự còn bạn nam là bên khoa chính trị
Đều là thi thi
chính trị đều biết nhau đó.
Mấy thầy moderator là có từ trường nào?
Moderator trường trường cung nhưng mà cái thầy discussion là trường Anh
Tức là thầy
là thầy của bạn là Aga nhiệt tình ngồi còn em hơi chi tiết phương phải tôi phải chi tiết nghiêm túc mà như vậy là cũng được thật ra là và năm nay có thể không có tiền không có tiền nó có từ tiền mặt theo từ mai luôn
You need a light off?
It's okay, yeah.
để đến người quen anh.
Đấy là mọi người làm các bạn sẽ có cờ rất là nhiều nhưng mà khi bên lâu thì đọc lại đi nhiều các bạn trong nhóm của nhóm trong đây là nhiều việc một cái thời gian là bạn xuất phát bạn mới ham một máu người
Trong nghe này bạn quyết định là nghỉ lương
bạn là bạn người tốt nên nên dispatch một cái nước rất là lạ nằm châu Á và châu Âu còn Uzbekistan trên dưới bên trên Bangladesh chung là một cái nước rất là lạ bởi vì là bạn này có một lịch sử lâu đời là bạn này master ở đây chị gái của bạn này đã thăm chứng xảy ra và là một cái người PT của thầy ngày xưa là thầy hỗ trợ master của anh thầy hướng dẫn master của anh thì lại là thầy hướng dẫn PhD của chị bạn này chị gái ruột này cái chị mà không đi mà bạn này thì phải thay xong rồi là chị họ bạn này thì bây giờ lại qua và chung lát ra nhưng không chung thầy chung là miền Bắc không 那你们吃饭吗？
吃了，现在在吃。
Mọi người đi đâu hết hả ta? Hình như có một cái phòng nghỉ ở dưới mà mình rời
người offline PhD ở đây cũng phải học hỏi các phỏng vấn
ở đâu đấy? Trường Anh hay trường này?
chúng sơn
Có phỏng vấn đấy.
còn các cái quy trình như vậy của thạc sĩ đấy anh.
Thạc sĩ là tùy, thạc sĩ tùy quốc tế hoặc là sinh viên đại phỏng vấn tùy khoa. Nhưng mà tính thời gian phỏng vấn và từ chối như thật.
Thì đối luôn này
Có một người béo khoa anh ở Việt Nam á, nó phỏng vấn với thầy anh từ chối nó, anh không biết. Anh thăm anh, rồi thăm nó mới nói. Nó nói trong cái anh mới nói vậy, anh cũng không nghe thầy cả. Anh ra lấy trà mà hết rồi.
dạ vâng
Anh ra lấy trà mà hết.
em nghĩ học quản đi để
Đấy. Có tính mình ra rồi. Bên khoa nhân sự á, tư tưởng tốt nghiệp căng lắm. Hai bài xong rồi. Khi qualify, sinh viên đại là phải đi một cái study approach, một kỳ khoảng nửa năm. Phải đi nước ngoài. Rồi sinh viên đại là phải đi, còn sinh viên quốc tế thì không phải đi. Phải thi tiếng Anh, phải thi tiếng Trung. Đầu ra. Không có là không được.
anh tiếng Trung của anh là qualify để yêu cầu
Không, bên anh không yêu cầu. Bên nhân sự á.
bên nhân sự
Còn anh là bên business management thì không yêu cầu. Là tiếng Trung mà bên đó là level 2. Tiếng Anh là TOEIC 800 trở lên hoặc IELTS 650. Thì với là the qualified đầu ra nên là hơi nhiều.
anh thì đi bên dài bên này nó học nó có toàn thời gian anh
Có đứa có đứa không.
mà vẫn có thể làm
Có người vừa học vừa làm và có người thì là full time.
vừa học vừa làm thì học được gì
Vừa học vừa làm
tức là một lớp khác
không vẫn học bình thường, không được bố trí lớp khác. Bạn phải tự phân bổ. Cả vì nếu em học full time á, thì hình như là học bổng. Còn nếu không học full time thì
cứ học full time sẽ học bổng
đúng. Học full time có cả thế đó, mình thì cô gì cái
mà bây giờ cái quyết định của đài
cũng tương tự cũng được mình thay đổi hơn, chỉ có khó hơn. Đó là bằng có về cái ăn. Còn với bạn này là vì bạn học tiếng Trung không được, để hiểu không được tốt như người Việt đó, gian nan lắm, đặc biệt là người nghe. Mình thì phần nghe không phải vấn đề, và phần đọc thì lại là vấn đề vì nhiều chữ quá. Còn các bạn này thì đọc thì vừa phải, nhưng mà nghe thì bạn không nghe được thì phải ẩm cũng vất vả quá. Vậy bạn này nó 6 năm
học đến hết đúng rồi.
học phải là tiếng Anh.
Trong những trường anh đối kiểu 5 năm đấy
Anh phải làm
4
năm.
5
Tạm biệt. Anh vẽ bạn này là giáo sư của trường đi sau, đang dạy ở trường đi sau rồi, nên là hiện nay cả gia đình sẽ định tướng cho nó. Người ta chính trị cũng chua ghê. Sau đó hội thảo này nó thiên về chính trị đó. Vâng. Đầu tiên là chính trị là management, nên là thành phần nào chính trị của đây là nhiều. Cái này nó quá
anh bình thường anh trường này thì được có doanh nghiệp là đúng là bảo hiểm.
Hình như có mà anh quên mất là thuộc tập đoàn là mình anh quên rồi. Thuộc tập đoàn là nó đúng anh quên rồi. Đúng hình như là nó phụ.
Ở trường anh có hay tổ chức thảo ấy, trường gọi thương
Anh và mình cũng có đứa học quốc tế, tức là chúng là người tham gia tăng mấy tài và quốc tế cũng có thể thật anh phải quốc tế vậy cũng nữa mình một người nhưng mà dạo này trong này tập kinh tế hay tổ chức gì
nếu cảm giác thì như ngoài Bắc mọi người có thể cô công bố công cầu
ở trường đặc biệt là muốn hiện tượng không phải là đơn được học tập một chút mà là một cái không thêm phải công bố chạy là nghiên cứu nhận có độ vừa phải cái cấp nhà nước cái trào lưu công bố quốc tế nó chỉ mới chậm lại đến tầm 10 năm chứ làm gì nhiều rất nhiều nhưng mà dạo này mọi người nhiệt tình lắm
em nghĩ là cái trường nào
cũng phải chạy đua ABCD mình phải công không đây là một cái đi gặp máu rồi một tiền
đi support này
thế này có cái
chứ không phải là service đâu à
có không ta thì có thể là một dạng là một
service đâu rồi
đúng rồi đó cái chuyện là cái mắc rồi tức là có trường ở thì bảo là nó thành service sau mà người làm vì em nhận học nên mà làm nhưng bên anh không có cái gì tức là bên anh là ý là đó học bổng em thì làm thêm được chắc không có cái nên service cũng hẳn anh biết chẳng hạn như trường cung cũng có là em phải làm cho khoa 6 tiếng hoặc là 8 tiếng một tuần là sao nhiều người bên này mình có cho anh biết đúng không? Còn bên anh thì không có cái gì
tụi em có
đúng không? Là làm khoa là có là sao?
học quốc tế internet ngoài đấy ra là người ta bắt đến có cái gì để sai
Cuộc cũng được.
Người ta là ngồi cái tòa áp hàng cả tiền anh sinh viên người lại không được quốc tế không được ngồi và người ta học bổng anh không không có dùng bạn để chụp hình
Trả tiền ra
để anh có số chụp hình
là poster quảng cáo. Xong các anh em để uống nước uống có đâu không? Mọi người thử comment xây dựng thôi. Đây cái gì vậy? Tùy đâu cũng ghê lắm cũng phải xem cũng hỏi đúng bên anh thì tôi có bạn ở Canada bạn hỏi nhiều hơn thời gian người ta chụp ảnh bạn không biết mà bạn hỏi đến mức nào xưa là cũng ngừng của nó và mỗi lần đi học bạn cứ 12 giờ làm gì 12 giờ làm gì và ngủ lại lại bạn học đi học xong có buổi sau 12 giờ đứng lên
anh thì không phải buổi nào
anh không học đâu ngày xưa anh học rồi đó là sao đâu không được rồi thì anh thì ngay cổng trường ấy mà đi dạo nhạc không nó đợi xe đây anh cũng đóng thư viết hợp đồng anh cũng đang viết đi sắp rồi cô thầu với thầy anh
cái nghiên cứu chủ yếu ở bên Đài Loan là
anh đi thôi không có biết Đài Loan
如果我说开了戏这一边在 presentation 的时候有一点热，
em ở cái panel nào
对，然后我想说想要放风扇，因为看到 A 那边有两个，可是那个风扇太大了，没有看到它的立场。所以有什么办法可以解决这里的不要那么就是小台的风扇？谢谢。
会不会更冷啊？
开成货。
因为学者都在流汗，大汗滴小汗。对，因为真的蛮热。可是开了哦，有点吵哦。开了。好像也是。交通站有点太大了，是的，是太吵。对，然后 Panel C 这边换这个位置，因为刚才有一点麻烦，因为我们的桌子这样放不好。对，老同学，因为我有去问，然后有什么样反应需要改进？Panel C 就说需要调整一下讲者 moderator 他们的位置，其他的 OK。对。 对对对，还有 moderator 和其他审他们就可以看到，然后这两个4位讲者、几位讲者这样子。
电脑这样还不错呢。
对啊，对啊。一点这种都没有这里。哇塞！
没有。有一点点凉风。
这样很有分因为它是很多人这里。
因为他这些中央空调的话，是不能在医院。
这里真的是金价是高。
没办法，因为它这边有紫色。
你们那些风扇是循环扇
没啊，
也是。
因为这些就是建筑凸出来的以后，所以这些比较容易吸。
所以是同步线上直播这样。
对，有 YouTube。对。
是有讲者，是有那个 presenter 是线上还是说对外公开？没有的，全部都是到场。
这一个，我们这一场都是现场嘛。
哦，也有别场是现场。
有线上有。你们为什么要先拉起来？打不开吗？
哦，原来是比较紧张的。
是对啊，是话有点吵。这里汗流浃背。
所以应该要把它关起来，不然它不会凉，不会凉。
这样是有点
闷啊。
没有大闷就温吗？我觉
应该
得
变热。
对，应该这里是满的，
所以应该要赶快把关起来，这样子。
希望两个来保护一下，因为这些它算直接建筑比较突出来，比较容易吸热。
哦。
所以我刚才是关灯、关窗，让它凉。
他刚
凉。
有稍微凉一点点，那好像给不明显。
开始跳25。
这样下来。
可以把它拉起来。
所以它一定是最大的风速。那这个是温度上下。那这个是应该是最对，应该有风力电风扇一支啊，对呀、如果有电风扇一支的话，会更加速那个流通。哦 ，OK。 请问一下，他们的发表是几分钟
一个人是
？12分钟，他评论是
评论也是12。
哦这样子。
可是刚刚评论好像没讲完。
对啊，一般来讲是发表的多一点，然后评论少一点，所以我可以看一下，就是让他们至少可以15分钟。
刚刚有还没讲的，他就有超过10分钟，他就继续在讲。
对啊，对啊，对啊。
哦。对，就那个相对好小点。
没关系啦，先让它量很好了。
对啊，我觉得可以先让它量一下。
我们用麦克风的话，就可以尽量压住。没关系，因为反正还没有要开始。
对对对。如果要打风的话，
有点这是工业用的电风扇。
我昨天把它收起来，因为放在另外一边太手不放进去。先打。在收据里面哦，要么的话我们就放后面，从那边那打，的风比较风哪里来？从那边来嘛。
This author won't come to.
You will come? Alright, sure.
怎么样？你要放后面一点。
对，我放后面，如
会
果
比较不会干扰，然后可能打
你说到时候
打风的话，大家都可以吹到。
可是你后面要怎么放？
我看一下，那边没
这边有操作啊。
这里 auto。
你干脆放这里啊。对。
我来了。
放这里啊，放这里。
喂。
这里很靠。
是。很怎样？
很大风。
就很舒服。
很舒服好。比较好。还是看看。那就往上吹啊。
可以啊。
外面问，在前面问什么？应该行吧。
前面比较不会听到。
麦克风上去应该够。
虽然是有，可是还好嘛。
也先不会这样。
对啦，也可以。那这样子你的头发就会很帅哦。
先吹风不是要。
哦。
其实不用转，就是让它一直固定上面可以。
固定上面，就是一直打风。
对啊，固定往上就可以。
固定打风。
就是让它流通。
What's up?
It's in festival here now.
Oh yeah. We're supposed to start.
Put your
Yeah. I think you can just like they might start now. Hey. How are you? Oh, no worries.
Did I-
Yeah, it's okay.
did I-
I figured. That's exactly what I figured.
Besides, 120.
Yes,
120.
啊，
对，所以我想说，哎，你是不是像那种广东发音的？因为对啊，我在想说，哎，你那个就不知道在因为这是越南
姐，你找到那个那个天文的，
所以说我的意思说，这个就变成是你的中文系，你的那个名词。
我跟你讲，我这里真的超级，
这不是中文吗？
我甚至有2个名字，也不是翻译的。
啊，我以为说那个，所以说 u f i
对，是有个标准的英文名字。
那你不要就 u f i 差。哦，OK，那你中文怎么讲？那边多久？你来多久？所以说你从
台湾。
我从硕士来的，硕士，然后
所以在中3年，你现在教
有在硕士。
在文藻教英文。
哦，你说。
一般都是这样，还是全部都是你？现在学校有一些填空，所以应该不需要填空。可以去，因为我以前有过学校，所以我觉得这些语都有。可以 double check。一般都是只要签名，因为如果学校有资料。
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking too. Like remove lower part. Yes. Yes.
对对，因为以前我跟过老师，所以也是因为是特别请我自己的行为来那个，当然那个林文斌嘛，主任他其实也有点熟，但是郭老师是不熟，所以就是来跟大家聊。跟硕士班，他国分生是对，那你的博士论文是做什么？哦，只是这也拿你的学。对啊，我想应该也是，所以你的中文会要求没有那种腔调。哦，或许，但是你已经够怎么做？所以你是本来是学法律的，其实你是
对，我本来手情况在英语系，
对中美界，
然后我也是对吧？这也是
哦，你后来才选的是在印尼就学了。
是英语，我们老师以前
哦，对。
Yeah, too, right? Yeah, it's
OK 了，我可以坐这边，站坐啊，再坐回去。
set up the class equipment and then return to my classroom. After the class end, I return. What's the system? I think it's pretty easy, right? So you have take one for the state classes. There's the local students. Okay. So I'm just helping you translate one paper. Yeah. Maybe in the future. Right now it's like you got to get all translated.
去一下厕所。你吃完了吗？还没。那你要给他找人带吗？然后先吃完。
没关系，没关系。
在这里会不太方便。
没关系，就可能结束再吃就好了。没关系啦，对，没事没事，都这样会进去。
Are you gonna? Oh yeah, you said you're gonna. Yeah. It's in December. How do you feel about that? I haven't like. We're all taking it all. Yeah. It's a really.
我帮你签完，进去我帮你签完。
It's like 13 books and no paper. I haven't finished the reading yet, so
For at least for the last few exams, it was
okay.
20分开始。
I wonder because the reading list is really different than because I registered for the same exam. The reading list is 40 minutes.
yeah, but the reading is actually close to our reading material.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We haven't taught me this similar.
But you took it first,
Or I took it a year.
yeah.
I changed it. Yeah. This is one of the most opportunities. You're probably right. They see my 517. Maybe, but I was Right. The question that he mentioned. I mean, like, if didn't really explain that for the. It gives you more time to think about it. Are you nervous about that one? That one. Okay. No, that's exactly. Almost done. And then you then what? Here we Yeah, PhD student, like you're at a different level now. If we focus for the oral things from the I know the rules, I'm not sure. But you're probably right. You mean we have an oral exam? No, I mean like the disability proposal. Because we have the disability proposal and the final presentation. Depends, right? That's up to them. Yeah. Have you already written? No. I'm talking about if we have the proposal event on the, let's say, the early the other semester, then we try to like only 2 months complete digitalization. That's a good question, but I don't know if it's possible. Yeah. Can you imagine finishing? Why are you trying to go back? Are you trying to go back? I don't want to prolong my study.
Okay, now it's 1:20, so we shall begin our session. This session is under the theme Pandemic in Southeast Asia, and we have 3 presenters plus 2 commentators or a moderator. So I think this thing is so interesting because it draws our attention to why pandemic diplomacy is going on in the region. So we have 3 excellent presenters. Let me introduce our presenters. I guess if I'm not mistaken, we will have our presentation one after one. And they told me that you will have only 12 minutes, but I would like to really increase the time for your presentation. So I would like to say if you could present roughly about 15 to 18 minutes, because we could, there are not many other audience or participants. So I would like you to really express yourself, do your presentation as long as possible. So we have, again, we have the first presenter, Tony Dian Empathy. He is going to talk about diplomacy on vaccine as an alternative to the concept of vaccine diplomacy, with the case study of international vaccine access diplomacy. So you have your time to do. Okay, sorry, Tony. So it's your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Tony Dian Effendi. I'm the first student at Institute of Political Science, National Indonesia University. I'm from Indonesia. Thank you, Professor Ho. And actually, I'm a little bit nervous because my topic actually has been presented by Professor Ho this morning. Yeah, but maybe my paper is a little bit different because I take different perspective on it. So my topic is about diplomacy on vaccine. Diplomacy on vaccine as alternative to the concept of vaccine diplomacy, and I will take a case study on Indonesian vaccine access diplomacy. So actually, this paper talking about the concept of vaccine diplomacy, but I also put the Indonesian as a case to support my proposed concept. So the vaccine diplomacy, as Professor Hong also explained this morning, is about how the state use the vaccine as a tool of diplomacy. So, vaccine diplomacy is covered global health diplomacy, technician politics, access, and others. So it means that vaccines is not only health issues, but it's also included in politics. And according to my reading on the vaccine diplomacy concept emphasize more to the country that producing the vaccines. The question is, how about the country which try to access the vaccines? Like Professor explained this morning about the China vaccines and also United States vaccines. So how about the other countries that they cannot, maybe they're not able to produce the vaccine, but they also do diplomacy to get the vaccines. So the diplomacy is part of the vaccine diplomacy. So I just curious that there is an inequality of discussion in the vaccine diplomacy concept, because like I mentioned before, they're more talking about global health diplomacy and diplomacy of vaccine producing countries. And then in the COVID-19 vaccine, we can see here in August this year that this vaccine already spread around 207 locations around the world. And some of the countries, they took one single vaccine or they combined it, one vaccine with others. And in the case of Indonesia is, yes, of course, until now, Indonesia we're still suffering because of the COVID, but in the case, in the context of the vaccines, it is quite good because we got until August about 179 million vaccines. And since we're talking about diplomacy, so the more boundaries are falling from the players, plus a significant agent for the vaccine access. And they use the bilateral and multilateral relations to access the vaccines. And one important thing also, that Indonesia got a final position as a co-chairman of MGAG. This is like the forum for the summer country to discussing about the access for the vaccine. And so that's why, because of the limitation of vaccine diplomacy, to explain in recent cases, how Indonesia played its diplomacy to access the vaccine. So I try to propose the diplomacy on vaccines. This is kind of like the words playing, but I try to explain this more. So like I mentioned before, vaccine diplomacy is about how to solve the world health problem through the medical cooperation. So initially, vaccine diplomacy is discussed in the world health problem. So that's why we other concept we know about the global vaccine diplomacy, global health diplomacy, and it's also talking about interstate cooperation involving multi-actors, multi-level, and multi-dimension. So it means that the global health diplomacy is very complex. It's complicated because it involves many actors in different levels. And vaccine diplomacy itself deals with the use of a vaccine to address health problems caused by virus. And as a diplomat, I explained before. So to analyze how the researcher studying about the vaccine diplomacy, I try to make a systematic literary review. I compiled, I accessed 75 articles from Scottish English Journal, article database from 2005 and 2021, and I try to analyze what's the term that the scholars or researchers use to explain the vaccine diplomacy. So we can see here that there are 6 main topics from 75 articles about vaccine, diplomacy, power, science, conflict, and strategy. And in 2014, one of the scholars talking about the science data about the cooperation, but since 2020, they're talking about the diplomacy, power, and international cooperation. So I used the first few software to do this analysis, and then this software defining the topics, the term from the 75 articles into 6 terms. So we can see here about Africa. So the first cluster, this is a cluster. The first cluster is talking about the case in Africa, about the strategy. But some scholars in this term talking about how United States did the global health diplomacy in Africa, and then whether China also involved there. And the second is about vaccine nationalism, the issue of vaccine nationalism. And then the cluster 3 is about the specific case. And most of the cases is talking about the polio, and vaccine for polio. And the cluster 4 is about the metadata, science, technology. So it's more about the technology of vaccines. And cluster 5 is quite interesting. It's talking about China. But China not the power, but it means that China is one of the issues in this vaccine diplomacy, and last is international cooperation. So this is the analysis. So maybe this is like just a network analysis and diplomacy with other concepts. I skip that. And then the second, I also do the content analysis using the in vivo, and I find dominant terms. Is a vaccine, health, global, international countries, China, public world diplomacy, and the result of this analysis. The first is vaccine diplomacy is part of global health, of course. The second, vaccine diplomacy into the state public relations, and the last, China is emerged as the country related to vaccine diplomacy. So from the two analyses, I found that most of the scholars who take a research about the vaccine diplomacy, most of them talking the vaccine diplomacy in terms of how the vaccine producing country using vaccine for their diplomacy. So what about the countries that they now they cannot create or they're not able to create the vaccines, but they are also doing the diplomacy? Because if we look at the diplomacy concept, actually, this also all of the country doing diplomacy, right? Okay. So I try to just think about the diplomacy and vaccine. So if the vaccine diplomacy is the power relations, but in other hand, like I spent this morning, actually there is there's an inequality from the state that developed country or the state that producing the vaccine, and other countries, developing and less developing countries, that they only access the vaccine, but they cannot produce the vaccine. So this is, in my opinion, there is asymmetric relations in this concept from the producing to the consuming country, but it's overlooked in the discussion about the vaccine diplomacy. So that's why I propose the diplomacy on vaccine. So it emphasizes on the country access, and it also promotes the global issue, because it's also the diplomacy of vaccine is not only about the country who try to use diplomacy for the access the vaccine, but they also promoting the global issues like the equality to access the vaccine. So this is the framework. This is the framework. So usually the vaccine diplomacy is from here to here, from the vaccine producing country to the vaccine consuming country. So my idea on diplomacy on vaccine is from here to here, and they use the bilateral and multilateral forum, and they also try to save their access to vaccine. But in other hand, they also try to promote the equality to access to vaccine. And then in the case of Indonesia, actually Indonesia tried to promote what Indonesia called vaccine for all diplomacy. This Indonesian President Joko Widodo in the G20 conference, he mentioned about the vaccine for all, and then Indonesian foreign minister in many events, in many meetings, she also promote this vaccine for all diplomacy. And what the Indonesian government do, they do the bilateral and multilateral. They try to lobby negotiation to vaccine producing country like the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, affairs, they went to China, to Japan, and to the UK, and the United States to access the vaccine. They also do the multilateral. Like I mentioned in the introduction, that one of the important positions for Indonesia, because Indonesia is the co-chairman of the PERFAC-NGEG. This is the group of, like I mentioned before, to access the vaccines. So in this multilateral level, and in this both multilateral and multilateral level, actually Indonesia try to save their access to vaccine, but in other hand, they also promote the equality for vaccine for all of the countries. And then this is also spillover for commitment to equal access for all countries. So this is for the country itself, but it's also spillover to other countries. So this is the record of what Indonesia did. Okay, what Indonesia did, multilateral and bilaterally. And then this is interesting because what I read from the government report is very interesting, because Indonesia sometimes they got, because of this diplomacy, Indonesia got the double vaccines. The first, why I call the double, because the first Indonesia access the vaccine from the producing country, and then Indonesia buy the vaccine from the producing country, and then in other hand, Indonesia also promotes the what they call their vaccine sharing. So Indonesia sometimes in some of the report, Indonesia got double. So Indonesia buy because of vaccine, and on the other hand, Indonesia also encourage or lobbying the producing country, you should to share your vaccine. So in some of the reports, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs reporting from the airport, she said that okay, now the vaccine from UK is coming, and this vaccine are in two types. The first, this one because we buy this one, and another one because they donate this one, because they share this vaccine for us. So I think Indonesian diplomacy to access the vaccine also part of the vaccine diplomacy. But like I mentioned before, in the concept of the vaccine diplomacy, it's overlooked from the scholars. And so, okay, this is the conclusions. Vaccine diplomacy occur in one direction. Like what actually it does. I mean, the vaccine diplomacy actually is not only one direction, but most of the scholars in the paper, they're discussing vaccine diplomacy from one direction, from the producing country to the consuming country. Okay, but actually, vaccine diplomacy is interaction between countries, between two countries. So from the consuming countries, they also did the diplomacy. And then the second is from the vaccine diplomacy. Sometimes, since it's focusing on emphasize on the producing country, sometimes they put the consuming countries as the passive actor. So like China told that, okay, I have a vaccine, so I sell to you, or I donate to you, I give to you, and the country who got the Chinese vaccine, this is seem like they're passive. Okay, they just receive the vaccine. But in reality, in the case of Indonesia, no. Indonesia is not only just passive and then okay, thank you very much for sending us the vaccine, but Indonesia also has the diplomacy. Indonesian foreign minister also came to Beijing to meet the Chinese foreign minister and discuss with them. So that's why in Indonesia now we have two kind of the Chinese vaccines. I mean, Indonesia import the Chinese vaccine at all. I mean, like Sinopharm or Sinovac, but Indonesia also import the material of the vaccine and then create Indonesian's vaccines. And then the third, diplomacy on vaccine is not diplomacy assessing vaccine. Okay, individual state, then a global framework. Because I'm not ignoring that in fact that the inequality of the access of vaccine is not discussing in the vaccine diplomacy. No, vaccine diplomacy also discussing it, but not in the context of vaccine diplomacy, but in the global health diplomacy. So if you want to look about how the inequality of the vaccine, so you will find more in the global health diplomacy than vaccine diplomacy. So, and then DOV might become the complement. So it's not to replace, but it's just to complement. So the complement for the vaccine diplomacy and global health diplomacy, but involving low and middle income countries' perspective. And the last, maybe the research in factor influence the behavior on the DOP maybe become the new area, the interesting area for the scholars to research. I think that's all of my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for Tony's excellent presentation. Actually, I had just told our staff to expand your time of presentation. They initially ran at 12 minutes, but now all of our presenters could speak a bit longer, and we have. And we have our discussant, Yufita. So she's also an excellent speaker on Indonesian studies. And she will be discussing this paper now. Is okay? Yeah. So you have some more minutes to discuss this paper because this is you can do it here. Whatever.
Well, this is thank you, Professor Hong. This is not my presentation, but I'm quite nervous to become a discussion. So, okay, this is very interesting and complete research, I think, because I saw you wrote about 28 pages here, so it's very complete. Yes, and it seems like from Tony's presentation, like Indonesian government have done a great job, right? Not just for our own country, but also for others' country through the multilateral and the bilateral diplomacy to get the vaccine. And also in the end, Tony also said that not just get the access to the vaccine, but also Indonesia can get the material to produce in our own country. So this is quite a good job, I think, for Indonesian. And I have some question for Tony, or maybe you already point out on your paper, but I'm not really maybe not understand. So maybe you can explain it again if this is already on your paper. As your literature review, you said that the vaccine can be bioterrorism for the research on the smallpox vaccine in Spain and Nepal. And also vaccine can be tool for politics. And how about in Indonesia? Because the success of Indonesian to the diplomacy and to get the vaccine, it brings some benefit to Indonesian government, and especially to Jokowi. How it is? And now the vaccine become a competition, like Professor Hong said in the morning, between the China and US. So how about you see this statement? Do China will win or not, or maybe US still become the polarization on this vaccine? And next is about the countries will promote the global issue for the bilateral diplomacy. Indonesia maybe have saying to giving something or promises to the producing country, or what Indonesia do, because in your report you said that Indonesia got 14 million vaccine from China and from other countries also. So it is free for free, or Indonesia committed something to the producing country for China or maybe US. That is. And the other thing is about what also in your paper here that you said that Wang Yi also visited Indonesia in January this year, and with Indonesian they're talking about the also not just vaccine and promoted economic recovery and overcome the pandemic. So if as we know that what Indonesian public opinion on this? As we know that Indonesia historically has like a Chinese complex. So maybe Tony can give more explanation on this. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you so much. A lot of questions. I guess we adopt maybe a new way of giving your comments or feedback to our discussant. But before you comment on that, may I also add one more little question, because I'm also doing a similar paper with my master student from Indonesia, and we are talking about the China's diplomacy on vaccine toward Indonesia. And we try to incorporate the international relations theory into, specifically speaking, is a neoclassical theory into the study. But my little question is that why Jokowi in particular want to be the world leader to get vaccinated with the Chinese vaccine? So does it imply anything between the two, the relationship between the two countries? Or you're quite right to mention that from the consuming side, Indonesia in this context, that we have to talk about the interaction between the two sides. And in particular, I would like to hear your comments, your feedback on whether or not Jokowi would personally gain from this kind of vaccine diplomacy. Thank you. And now it's your time to do some comments.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Peter and Professor Hong. Thank you. It's very interesting questions. I'll respond to the Peter question. The first is about the tool for politics. I think it's quite similar with the Professor Hong questions about for Jokowi. Yes, of course, that I think, in my opinion, that Jokowi, this when the COVID-19 happened, Jokowi comes to the second term, and then one of the interesting issues when we're talking about Jokowi politics is in the first term, in his first term, he promoted the global maritime forum. Yes, it is quite close to the China on the time One Belt One Road initiative, One Belt One Road on that time. And then I think in Jokowi government, it's kind of little closer to China than other countries. So internationally, I think that I found there's some not similarity, but maybe the kind of the connections. In the first Jokowi administrations, when Xi Jinping, not declare, but not support the BRI offer, yes, in Indonesia. And Xi Jinping is the first foreign president for speech in front of Indonesian parliament at the time, 2013. And he's talking about the maritime Silk Road. And then in 2014, Jokowi talking about Indonesia as the global maritime forum. This is like a connection. And then in the case of this vaccine diplomacy, I also find some connection. This morning, Professor Fung mentioned about how the Xi Jinping talking about vaccine as the global public good, and then Jokowi talking about vaccine for all. This kind of something, in my opinion, this kind of the connections. So I think, in my opinion, Indonesia is not the power country. This maybe in the region is the power. So I think, in my opinion, Jokowi's government tried to not to really follow, but in terms of this China framework that represent the developing countries. Indonesia want to take a part inside this framework. I think what the Jokowi in international relations, international world want to pursue. And domestically, but domestically, it's also answer the FITA questions about the Indonesian public opinion. But in Indonesia, the China threat perception still exists and it's still strong. When we're talking about Chinese vaccine, it's not only about health problem, but it's about the politics. Not only politics, but also related to religions. When Chinese vaccine came to Indonesia, of course, a lot of people are talking about the efficacy of this vaccine, but a lot of people also talking about this is in Islam we call it haram, halal, something like that. This is like a how to say resistance, and then China and US competition in Indonesia. I think yes, it's also happened. I mean, this is the international relation, international politics, but also influence the local politics. So, for example, something like this. In 2019, Indonesia had a very complicated presidential elections, and Indonesian society divided into two groups: pro Jokowi and then pro Prabowo. And then for the vaccine, I think it's also divided into two groups. If you are pro Jokowi, usually you also like to get the Chinese vaccines. But if you are against Jokowi, sometimes they protest about the Chinese vaccine come to Indonesia, something like that. And how about the free or not? Like I mentioned before, Indonesia buy, but also Indonesia got a free. And for free, Indonesia had two ways to get the free. The first is from the eminent groups, because Indonesia pursued that they are pressing the country to share their vaccines. And the second one, Indonesia tried to lobby or negotiate bilaterally to the country to get it free, like from Japan and from United Arab Emirates. Indonesia also get this one. So I think that's my response. Maybe we can discuss.
Thank you so much. This is not working. Okay, it's not working. We could continue our discussion afterwards, but now I would like to move to our second speaker, Maulana, right? Sorry, Maulana. He's going to talk about why ASEAN is vital in responding COVID-19 global pandemic. So it's your time, 15 minutes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. For the second presentation, I would like to talk about my preliminary research entitled Why ASEAN is Vital in Responding COVID-19 Global Pandemic. But before that, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Maulana Amrullah. I'm currently a PhD student at Institute of Political Science from National University. This is a preliminary research, so it means that it doesn't have this fancy methodology or confirm something, but I would like to propose or analyze the ASEAN response from the international institutionalist perspective. My paper divided into several sections. The first one is introduction, which describes background information about the COVID-19 in Southeast Asia, as well as the ASEAN health platforms in anticipating the pandemic. The second one, I'm talking about the ASEAN response to COVID-19, in which it examines ASEAN response as well as explore its institutional coping mechanism against COVID-19. The third one is about theoretical analysis, which translates the rational institutionalist insight in the context of ASEAN functionality in addressing pandemic. And the last one, conclusion and evaluation on why ASEAN should be vital in responding COVID-19.
before we jump to the first section, we know that COVID-19 is a global pandemic, which is threat to the global society. But this is the data when I finished written my paper. It was in the end of August 2021, so in the peak of the Delta variant, if I'm not mistaken. So COVID-19 has already infected more than 200 million people, and the death toll has increased more than 4,500,000 people. And in Southeast Asia alone, it already reached more than 41 million people. And most of the cases is coming from Indonesia and Philippines. Now let's take a look into the introduction. Most countries around the world arguably unprepared for the COVID-19. Many of them seek to protect its own unilaterally instead of tackling the issue multilaterally through international or regional platform. That's including those developed countries in the Europe. The first wave of the COVID-19 made the preoccupied at the crisis management, both in the EU and as well as the Asia. Even worse, some Asian countries even undermine such threat in the beginning. For instance, like my own country, Indonesia. Most of people during that time, in the beginning of February or March, they doesn't even believe that COVID-19 exists, and for those who believe it, it's only claimed as a normal flu, which you can drink a medicine and then you will recover immediately. But it's not the case, right? It took weeks, even months, for most ASEAN states to implement various yet ununiform public health policies, including closing border, limiting access to the public spaces, etc. The cooperation of Asian states in the health sector is included in the ASEAN Community Blueprints, especially the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community Blueprint 2025. This actually has envisioned, this cooperation have been envisioned from the last decade when the aftermath of the SARS in the 2003. As you can see in this table accounted a series of health cooperation in the anticipating and responding to the pandemic, including SARS, and N1H1, as well as the broader health risks. This cooperation was supposed to be a universal protocol for ASEAN to anticipate any kind of pandemic. There should be prepared, or at least there have to be developed a quick coping mechanism, right? However, during the first wave of the pandemic, it has not been operationalized in any meaningful way. It was visible when the most countries were devastated by the impact of the uncontrolled transmission, which already hampered or disrupt health sector as well as the socio-economic order. Then a question arises: does ASEAN fail to anticipate another pandemic, notably this COVID-19? To answer this the question, first we must examine how ASEAN responds to the COVID-19 itself. Please take a look into the next section. Just like any other state, ASEAN members were preoccupied to manage the crisis unilaterally by closing borders, implementing tracing system, preserving supply, maintaining market, etc. That's a lot actually. And during the first wave of the pandemic, when time is very crucial, ASEAN leaders has finally decided to tackle or to handle this issue multilaterally through ASEAN Health Platform. However, it takes weeks and months. We can say that it's already too late. This multilateral response was first discussed during the ASEAN Health Minister meetings, and then as the meeting proceed more, it highlights several important points such as sharing and communication exchange about the virus, about the collaborative research, something like that, as well as the collaborative project, including Emergency Operation Center, ASEAN Biodiaspora Visual Center, ASEAN Crisis Damage Management, Crisis Disaster Management, etc. as well as the vaccine diplomacy, which is already discussed by Tony. But if I may to consider perhaps for the next future discussion, that actually I would highlight one of the Tony previous point when there is an inequality of access to the vaccine. One of the points of the ASEAN why is around the vital for who need it the most, because ASEAN promote access to the equal access to the vaccine. This is one of the role of the regional institution. Another multilateral response taken by ASEAN is activating ASEAN Plus Trade Scheme by relying assistance from China, Japan, and South Korea, as well as including a more broader cooperation from major powers such as the United States, even Australia and Russia. As you can see in here, these multilateral responses can be adopted by each ASEAN state. However, it is not mandatory, again, because ASEAN implemented an ASEAN way, or you can call it a set of norms, which consists of, if I'm not mistaken, about non-intervention, consensus decision making, informal diplomacy, and etc. Table 2 show these responses. The key timeline of ASEAN coordinated effort in responding COVID-19, as you can see here, the first meeting, is it clear enough? The first meeting was conducted on February 19, when when the meetings came more during upcoming months. However, the implementation of those meetings, we can say that it's scarce and even more late in the countries such as Cambodia, Laos, and Myanmar. These all efforts receive both support and critique. Usually, the proponent of these efforts always come from the ASEAN officials, government representation, scholars advocating ASEAN, by saying that these all efforts is really this high frequency of meeting, these all efforts really useful for the regional integration. On the other hand, of course, there is a critics to that. The critics focusing on the practical implementation of those meetings and cooperation by saying that it was too little and too late, thereby wasting precious time in combating pandemic. Some scholars even argue that the lack of implementation happened because ASEAN way, which is ultimately the flaw in the institutional design. So another question arises: does the ASEAN way work amidst global health crisis? To answer this, I translated the insight of rational just institutionalism in the next section. As you can see, was indeed actually I talked about historical institutionalism on my paper, but I will keep it simple here. The proponent of ASEAN usually try to understand best upon historical institutionalism perspective, which is also better in explaining the creation and the evolution of ASEAN itself. However, it could not explain the unilateral tendency of ASEAN states to act by themselves when the COVID-19 first attacked their own country. Therefore, I propose rational choice insight to that. Firstly, we need to understand that the rational choice institutionalism is based upon calculus approach, meaning that the state actor or preference as well as their behavioral pattern were based on strategic interaction. It has more a rigid mindset that emphasizes the national interest as well as the identity as a stagnant or constant. And more importantly, it can explain unilateral approach against the pandemic. Further, let us take a look into the three functional characteristics of rational choice institutionalism. The first one is participatory. This is referred to the participation of collective response based on the strategic calculation, but it also meaning that regional cooperation is not mandatory because of non-intervention policy of ASEAN. However, for the less developed members, it actually get help a lot from ASEAN because they rely from the ASEAN Response Plan and Economic Recovery Plan beside their bilateral relationship with the donor country, whether it's China, United States, or any other country. The second one is centralization. It refers to the capacity to manage collective activities. It meaning that a regional institution must have three roles. The first one is supporting state interaction. Second one is managing substantive operation. The third one coordinating and elaborating norms, and the last one elaborating norms. I'm sorry about that. And however, lacking ASEAN Secretariat, which is supposed to be a body that could impose a rule to each state member, it doesn't have, or it lacks authority and autonomy to do it. So we can say that it has a very bare minimum of centralization. And the last one is independence. It's referred to the authority to act with a degree of autonomy. It highlights neutrality as the essential factor to this. It covers two roles: the capability to alter the relations among states and the capacity to enhance legitimacy and efficiency. During the crisis, however, ASEAN exercised its independence partially. Why I said that? Because, again, this is because of ASEAN norms. At one hand, more powerful members such as Singapore must accommodate institution, although the institution itself doesn't necessarily favor their interests. On the other hand, bilateral relations between, for instance, like Singapore and Laos, it could inevitably shakes the fundamental neutrality of the institution, which also affect ASEAN independence itself. In a nutshell, we can say that the participatory is not mandatory, centralization is barely, and its independence is partial. In general, rational institutionalist deems ASEAN's collective response to pandemic is quite adequate. However, ASEAN way emerged as the flaw which not only hampered the effectiveness of the institution, but also the efficiency of the pandemic coping mechanism. Now we revert back to our original question. Why ASEAN is vital in responding to COVID-19 global pandemic? Or why is it not? Well, it again, from the perspective of the rational institutionalist, it depends on the benefit of each state can get. For those who cannot sustain by themselves or rely from ASEAN to help them, whether it's medical assistance or recovery fund, they need it the most. It is vital for them. But for those who doesn't really have much to gain in the institutions such as Singapore, perhaps it doesn't really have a lot to get. This is the point that the rational institutionalists want to highlight. ASEAN was rather late again to respond to the first wave of the COVID-19 pandemic. Despite a number of health operations have been conducted to anticipate pandemic since 2003 till now, the anticipating mechanism itself has been operationalized in not any meaningful way. I think that's all for my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And now I would like to invite once again our Yuvita to comment on this paper.
Thank you, Prof. Bapak Maulana topic is about why ASEAN is vital in responding COVID-19 in global pandemic. And you discussed about three questions, like ASEAN was doing relatively poorly to promoting about the COVID, and why the assistance of ASEAN is in a regional institution is vital. And the third question is about the large number of the unreported and undiagnosed cases is about of the educated group of people, and we don't have experience also, I think, for South Asia, especially for Indonesia. I'm not sure about other ASEAN country. We don't believe, and the lack of the trust to the government institution, so we just not follow what the government said. And I quite agree about your your presentation that the ASEAN, I think they do a lot of talk and dialogue between the countries between the members and the members with the Asian +3 or plus something. But I think there is no very specific result we can get. We can get from the dialogue, and as one of the one of the people from the community, I don't know, I didn't get anything information from what ASEAN can do for me as Indonesian to become healthy from or not affected by the COVID. So your question is about why do ASEAN is vital for the for what to say for to face the pandemic problem or other non-traditional problem. So it is yes. It is yes. What level ASEAN can do for this kind?
What level?
What level? Yes. For me, I think ASEAN do nothing.
Or you mean like for the individual or group or a state?
Yes. But maybe they do some things. But for your opinion or your perception, what level ASEAN can do? I think they do something, but I just don't know what it is. So what level they already do or will do in future?
Thank you. I also want to follow up Yuvita's question, because to me, I was really surprised that you try to employ rational choice institutionalism and to argue that ASEAN is playing a very vital role in responding global pandemic. So my specific question is that whether or not you could come up with an example or a case study so that you could prove that ASEAN is doing much better and to seek their own, to maximize their own utility in terms of fighting against global pandemic. Thank you.
All right, let me answer the question and comment. The first one, why vital? Let me clarify my standing in my paper. From what I said from the rational institutional perspective, it's not supporting the idea that ASEAN is vital. Instead, it is critics. It's critics that the ASEAN is doing relatively poor in managing it. But why it's vital? Because, like I mentioned before, for those, let's say that ASEAN is a place or a group to hang out of the state leaders. Let's say like that. Assume that one of our friends, it doesn't have money to recover from their health, so they pool their money and donate to them. So this is one of the vital role of the ASEAN itself. This is about the money. And then each ASEAN state actually, like Tony previously mentioned about it, promoting an access to the equal access to the vaccine. It was the recent study actually. It was the recent update. On the other hand, the ASEAN itself also has many lacking actual implementation. For instance, when they institutionalized actually a coping and tracing mechanism. For instance, in Malaysia, who lead the Asian Emergency Operation Center, they use WhatsApp application to update the real time of the confirmed case and then update it to the ASEAN Biodiaspora data analytics system, which then cover all the ASEAN states. That's one of the problems. However, not all the countries, because of the ASEAN way, adopt it. Even though it's already institutionalized, they instead rely on themselves, on their public health policy, because they believe that this the case of the how they done it in Malaysia, it could not be done in other countries. So it's like a specific case, specific condition, their own domestic circumstances. And then when you talk about whether as an individual, indeed you're correct. Me as the Indonesian, I also didn't give like benefit at all. But if we take a look into the state level, indeed, we receive a lot of money from the FPT scheme. FPT scheme strategy, because we learn. Some scholars actually talk about the fact dependent when the ASEAN countries hit by ASEAN financial crisis in 1997. They actually rely on China as well as South Korea and Japan assistance to help them. So this is like a habit for them to rely from their major partners to help them. But this is actually one of the benefits of the ASEAN. If we take a look into Timor-Leste, Timor-Leste doesn't really have a lot of support because they don't belong to this schematic regional institution. So this is like an access actually. And what else? I think the level is the same level, of course. And why is it vital? Again, because to the proponents or the supporter of the ASEAN, they always think of it. They believe the ASEAN is their meetings always useful to define their public health policy, but in practice it doesn't relate at all. That's the rational choice institutionalist critics to that. I think that's all.
Yes, I think I'm really not sure that the collaboration in ASEAN and other countries will work effectively, because this is all about prioritize from our own country, and with the non-interference norm, I think it's hard and difficult to can reach the goal. It's quite difficult to catch the goal.
I think you have tried to clarify at the very beginning of your response is that ASEAN isn't really doing well in terms of responding to the global pandemic, simply because the ASEAN is not really fulfilling their equal access of vaccines. So I guess the topic that you propose seems to be a bit misleading, because we would assume that you are trying to argue that ASEAN instead is playing a very important or vital role in responding globally. So I would suggest that you should really discuss how ASEAN is failing, or ASEAN is not fulfilling its grand objective in really making the member state within ASEAN to get equal access to vaccines. And you should probably once again use your rational choice institutionalism to explain or to say why ASEAN is failing. Okay, so I guess it is really a good, really great response, and we would really in academic world like to learn more from your insights. All right, I guess we have to move to our third speaker. We have another excellent speaker from Ari. Yeah, Ari is going to speak on vaccine discourse as elucidating global dilemma. So it's your time, 15 minutes, please.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm Ari. My co-author here, Jordan, couldn't come today. So our title is Vaccine Discourses Elucidating Global Alignment. And I've shown this presentation to some Taiwanese people. They look at the title and they're not really clear what it means here. So this is basically using vaccine discourse to see if the international relations space can be mapped onto it. And yeah, basically checking those two dimensions. I have two computers here, so I need to move it on both. Okay, so just give you thank you. A brief summary of the abstract here. So basically it's aiming to measure the representation of the vaccines through the lens of internationally facing news media. So things like VOA for the United States, Global Times for China, NHK for Japan, and then using sentiment analysis to assess, to basically measure the degree of global repolarization between the three major powers, which were assessed here to be the US, Russia, and China. Okay, so just to give you a brief executive summary. So some of our major findings were that the Western media's coverage of non-Western vaccines, rather than tending towards negative, it was negative for the United States, but overall, if you looked at Australia, the BBC, and some European states, it was actually quite minimal. They tended to ignore the Russian and Chinese vaccines altogether rather than going negative on them. And then for the three major blocks, it was also found that there was overwhelmingly positive coverage of their domestically produced vaccines, while they pretty much totally avoided critical coverage of their own vaccines. But then they highlighted the flaws and rivals. And the third really interesting thing was that Russian and Chinese media were quite sensitive to the fact that rival media environments in the United States, in particularly in the United States, were uncritical towards their domestic vaccines, but they themselves expressed more external criticism towards, I guess, foreign vaccines than others. So it's kind of interesting to illustrate that point. Okay, so just based on some of the IR literature, since the beginning of COVID, it's only about, 22 months? So it's still a little bit lacking, but basically the idea is that in the last couple of years, that COVID hasn't already fundamentally rearranged any power distribution, but what it's done is it's shifted kind of the tone, especially between China and a number of its states. So if you look at the degradation in ties between China and Australia, China and Canada, China and the United States within the last 2 or 3 years, those are the most critical here. So that's the thing we were most looking at. So basically the paper aimed to kind of parallel the sharpening of those lines through coverage of vaccines and kind of mirroring Professor Hong's speech this morning. The vaccines have become kind of a prestige tool for these states, and the discourse around them is almost a reflection of the technological prowess and the logistical abilities of these countries to both develop, manufacture, and then deploy the vaccines. So it's quite important. And then they're using disparaging coverage or completely ignoring rival vaccines to kind of reduce the media market share and delegitimize those vaccines, let's say. So some of the literature regarding internationally facing state media says that media can sometimes be used to convey messages from states to audiences, and that's obviously the point of it. But they also portray it in a relatively negative sense as kind of an information war in a space where, and these are quotes from different papers, so I didn't cite here, sorry, where rival powers work to undermine each other and further their own interests at others' expense, functioning to discredit alternatives. So basically that it's a kind of zero-sum competition here, not only for space within the media market, but for legitimation of each other's regimes. And as a furtherance of the vaccines, where they're delegitimizing the ability of these countries to manufacture safe and effective vaccines. So it can act in some senses as a representation of the international space. And that's one of the things this paper was aiming to test here. Let's see. So our methodology was largely similar to others who have looked at state-directed media and used discourse analysis here. So I had some other people ask me why only focus on these internationally facing state-directed media outlets, because there are so many. And the idea is here basically when we're looking at the international space to focus at the state level. So focusing this is the unit of analysis. So the media sources we covered were from China Global Times, Russia RT, from Japan, NHK, Australia, ABC Australian Broadcasting Corporation, the United States VOA, Voice of America, Qatar, Al Jazeera, the UK BBC, Germany, Deutsche Welle. So these outlets were chosen, some of them, especially China, which has a number of internationally facing media sites, these represented kind of the largest of the largest international audience here. So that's why these specific ones were chosen. And then sampling was conducted over a 6-month period. It was all during this year after the initial rollout of the vaccines, from January 8th until June 28th, 2021. And all the coding is performed manually, which I address in the limitations section. I'd like to do a little bit of automated sentiment analysis later. So some of what we uncovered was that coverage of the non-Western vaccines, meaning the Russian and the Chinese vaccines, were pretty much minimal in Western media, excluding VOA, and to some extent excluding, I think, DW. So this was, we suspect that this was possibly deliberate, that there may have been some journalistic license, or this could be a reflection of the fact that those state-directed media firms, I guess, have connection with the states and that they want to further those interests. But it could also be because those primary markets for those vaccines, which are Russia and China, themselves have limited media markets, which, if there's a limited amount of news outlet covering the distribution of vaccine in those countries, there's limited news to also get replicated into the international media market. So it might not have been deliberate. It just might be a function of the fact that their two primary markets themselves are, let's just say, quiet in terms of the international media space. Another was that the frequent negative coverage of rival vaccines relative to the deflection of criticism suggests that these state media firms have a large interest in discrediting the efforts of their rivals. And I have some charts to kind of illustrate that. And then the third thing, which I think was the most interesting, is that the services seem to be largely self-aware of those practices, with all of the major powers, the US, Russia, and China, making explicit references to foreign media campaigns, but seemingly unaware that their own media services were essentially conducting the same thing. Okay, so this is just an overall representation. I think it's a little bit too tiny to read. But the easiest way, the most important thing I suppose to focus on here is the red, you can see is negative sentiments. And you can see negative sentiments in terms, most frequently in terms of where the two states have negative interactions. So VOA, so this is the American covering the Russian vaccine, the strongest negative here. This is Global Times Chinese covering AstraZeneca, which was, yeah, the UK, I guess, and yeah, it was developed in the UK. This is the BBC covering the Russian vaccine, and their relations have also degraded over time. This is the overall coverage. So this is just normalized to 100%. So these are all shares out of 100. These are the actual raw counts. So what's most interesting is what's empty here. So you can see ABC Australian Broadcasting Corporation, their coverage of the Russian vaccine is almost nothing, and the Chinese is very minimal. Al Jazeera, same thing, Russian and Chinese, minimal. BBC, minimal. DW, minimal. And then if you look, as soon as you go to Global Times Chinese, you can see it shoots up. They cover their own vaccines and then tend to ignore. Theirs was actually the lowest for the Russian, besides NHK. And then VOA was a little bit further, but again, it's minimal compared to coverage of their own vaccines. So just to give you an illustration of kind of this self-awareness here, this is from Global Times. So they were basically saying that Western media outlets have been very unfriendly to the Chinese vaccines, but that their own, here they say Chinese vaccines and those of Pfizer are facing different levels of public scrutiny. The idea that they're not being self-critical of their own vaccines. Okay, but then you look at how China actually reacts to it. This is coverage of their own vaccines, almost entirely positive, a little bit neutral. The negative here, the way it was coded, a lot of that negative coverage was actually their acknowledgement of Western criticism. It wasn't them criticizing their own vaccine, but they were coded as negative stance taking. And then if you look at AstraZeneca and the American vaccines, they're primarily negative actually. So they don't seem to be aware of their own practices. Here's from Russia, formerly Russia Today, now RT. The same thing, that the United States only rediscover their critical faculties, only are able to criticize vaccines when they write about vaccines developed in other countries, right? And here's the Russian results. Not a single negative stance taken towards their own vaccine. Out of 6 months of coverage. AstraZeneca and the American, this was primarily criticism towards the American market. The AstraZeneca was because of the blood clotting scandals, but you can see significant negative coverage. And then for VOA, the American news, basically talking about Russian officials launching the Sputnik diplomatic offensive designed to foment splits. They're being critical of their coverage. Here's the American coverage. You can see American, again, not a single negative stance statement whatsoever, but every single other one, especially, well, the AstraZeneca, even though it's within their diplomatic bloc, more or less, is not a domestically produced vaccine. So their coverage was largely negative, as it was for the Russian and Chinese. And this is just the basis of comparison, UK coverage. So within the same bloc, the UK is also a developing state. You can see Russian and Chinese almost entirely ignored. I think it's just interesting to see, but you can also see the UK was a fairly critical of their own, I guess the vaccine developed in the UK, but a lot of this referred to, a lot of the negative stance taking referred to the distribution, not to the vaccine itself. They had a lot of distribution issues within Europe. Okay, so what we uncovered here is that the tone of coverage raised a lot of questions regarding the contradiction between the interests of these media firms in serving the state and also maximizing their share of international media markets. So the idea is maybe they had some juicy news about a domestic vaccine that they would kind of suppress it in order to serve the state in most circumstances here. And then the second was that Russian and state media, largely because it was more opinion-based as opposed to Western media, which is more kind of fact-based disposition of the facts, tended to be more clear. It's a lot clearer reading those quotes about the fault lines between those blocks, the flaws of others, and making more explicit complaints about competitor media services coverage of competitor vaccines. So some of the limitations which we recognize is that there's still limited scholarship on, especially in IR post-COVID here, and there's also limited scholarship on the instrumental use of state-directed media to influence international public opinion. So it kind of limits our ability to do any explicit theory testing, but I think this methodology was good at least measuring the phenomena of this kind of discourse usage. Unfortunately, we're also, because we don't have access to state instruments for interviews, we're unable to determine the reasons for decision-making at the state level, so we can't delve into that. So our short-term aim is to try and replicate the data collection using automatic scraping and then sentiment analysis. So we'd like to expand it to CNA of Singapore and then France 24 of France. So in conclusion, the output of internationally facing media largely reflects the existing divides, especially between China and other states, between the UK and Russia, which was expected. And then there's largely positive coverage of one's own vaccines and largely negative coverage of rivals. So this is fairly expected. It was kind of a verification of that. What was surprising is that the tactics that states used were a little bit different. So the nearly absolute lack of coverage, excluding VOA, but there was much more minimal coverage of non-Western vaccines. If you go back, look at, I'll show you China again with the best. China here. The Chinese, they covered their own, but they also did quite a bit of coverage of foreign vaccines, and it's not reflected in those other sources. Also surprising was the reflections that some of those sources made about the existing biases in competitor media, but they seem to lack awareness that their own media services were doing nearly the exact same thing. So thank you, and I welcome any questions. Don't have to class, it's just a joke.
All right, thank you so much for Ari's presentation. I think this is a paper well written in terms of your qualitative analysis, and I tried to figure out what exactly you are trying to argue, and some of the arguments that you have already mentioned once again in your last few slides. It really, after your analysis, it really reflects what has been there, the existing divide. So it really make me back to the very important, maybe I would say, research questions, because it is a very good try to really look at or investigate several international outlets. Particularly, you try to look at the state media on how they really projecting or how they coverage their national vaccines. So your result, your findings seems to suggest once again it has been there, it has been existing divide, and those state media try to serve their own national interest rather than giving an account on how the general or the real situation in terms of their vaccine efficacies or their safety. But I think I am a bit reluctant to, I'm kind of thinking a bit more. Can you really dig more out from your analysis? Because it is not simply talking about each state media come to serve as their own regime, their own political interest. In particular, in the case of Chinese and Russian, which we consider then semi-democracy or illiberal democracy or even autocratic regime, there's nothing to talk or nothing to mention about this autocratic regime media. A lot of liberal views on Western vaccine have been deleted or could not be appeared because they have to strictly follow the national law. So in this case, I really want you to try to dig a bit more out from your analysis, other than they are the Russian or Chinese media project negative images of Western vaccines. You really have to, I would say, try to dig or try to investigate a bit more from your discourse analysis or even sentiment analysis, because I personally find out nothing really surprised me. And as a research paper, we really want to see something more interesting in terms of your general findings. So I guess if you want to have your paper manuscript published, then I would, or the reader would like to see if you could come up with your real contribution, real findings that contradict us, our general assumptions. So this will be more helpful if you are trying to refine or polish your paper. And I think there are some more technical problems. You try to standardize your archiving the report by sticking to the 12 o'clock, the midday report. But I think I'm trying to see if you could really come up with some more analysis. I mean, try to incorporate the real discussion online. It will be more helpful. You are trying to also look one-sided aspect, which is the media coverage. But if you could find another virtual spaces, the coverage or general discussion on virtual spaces, such as the internet chat rooms, then you would really make your manuscript more interesting, because we would really see how the media space reflects the different or various pictures or various it's my own judgment, but it would be very helpful if you try to put a bit further. One, dig up more from your analysis rather than projecting negative, positive, and neutral. I think it doesn't really give us more information, give us more perception on what has been, said more in the general literature. And secondly, if you could try to incorporate the virtual, online discussions into your analysis, then it will give a broader picture on what this media space projecting different global views on vaccines. This is my humble comments on your paper. Maybe I'm running out of time. So if you want to respond, can you? Yes, sure, please.
Yeah, I want to thank Professor Hong and Professor Peter. I'll respond backwards if I can. So I think one of the, I would of course like to incorporate more of the online discussions. The problem is that, of course, because of some state rules in some of these countries, it's difficult to get any free online discussion. But as much as I'll be able to scrape from social media, I'll try to incorporate that. As far as the 12 o'clock collection, I think that's a methodological problem that I'd like to overcome by doing automated scraping. But I take those points as really important. And then another one, the relationship between the form of government and media, the fact that, of course, there's going to be differences between the U.S. in terms of how it's represented and other authoritarian states where the media is not as free to, represent those vaccines. And I think one of the things that I think was interesting is that the U.S. actually strongly mirrored authoritarian states and how the state-directed media covers their vaccines. Just thank you for your comments.
Thank you. May I invite some participant in this session to comment, feedback, or questions? Anyone of you would like to raise any question or give your comment? No? Yes? No? Yes.
Sorry, I love talking. So, just a question for Ari. I was surprised as well by some of the media organizations that you chose, but I'm sure you guys already discussed it. For me, there's like big differences between Global Times, VOA, and the ABC.
Yeah.
And but maybe I can talk to you about that after, because I don't know, are you from the States?
Yeah.
Do people listen to VOA in America? Or?
No.
Yeah, that's what I thought, yeah.
Exclusively internationally like that. I know ABC is probably primarily from Australia.
Yeah. And so there's an Australian, and I don't know if anyone reads it outside, but BBC is one that's, serves domestic and international. Mm-hmm. So, and the Global Times, they seem a little bit more like confrontational than other news.
Yeah.
And I know China's got, they're trying to push their own international media organizations. So I wasn't sure about the mix between domestic versus international focused media organizations. So, I really liked your work. I'm doing a thesis on soft power during the COVID-19 pandemic, and I want to focus on how China's used soft power. And there's like lots and lots of aspects, and part of it's like vaccine diplomacy and mask diplomacy, and but it also includes stuff about discourse control and narrative, and I think that's where your research can sort of go to that as well. Like that's how they project it and get their message out. So I just wanted to ask you, like, is that a focus of your study, like controlling how states try to control the discourse, or how they try to create narratives and stick to the narratives, or blur lines, or anything like that?
Should I respond?
Sure.
Okay. In general, that's definitely part of my interest there. But this one was specifically focused on kind of international relationships and states to states. I take it. Okay, sorry. I definitely take your point. I know ABC actually we got the most results of any of them because obviously it's directed towards domestic audiences. So I think the output is a lot higher. And I definitely need to address that a little bit. BBC, we did focus on the international website, but because Global Times is in a language that's not native to the editorial and journalistic staff, right? So it's not a fair comparison. So yeah, I think we need to take a look, especially at ABC. Thank you.
What about the discourse control narrative aspect? Is that something you're looking at or not really?
Not really yet, but I'd like to talk to you about that after. Thank you.
All right.
Right. We have three excellent speakers and our discussant, and this is very important thing. Pandemic in Southeast Asia, and I appreciate all our participants who have really made our panel a successful one. So once again, thank you so much for your coming, and wish you best in your paper writing or your career. Thank you once again.
Yeah. 在这边吗？这个灯要不要关起来？也帮我一下。可以。谢谢。谢谢。我们大家一起来吧。如果我同学也可以一起来。哎，这个灯要不要？
这个先把它。
行。
Three, two, one.
Which one? 谢谢 ，Thank you very much. Thank you. 谢谢。Yes.
Let's say that there's another maybe that is also prominent, but it's served different.
For some of these, it's called primary sorry, international. But we need to take a particular China
I just wondering about it. Let's say that there's two, right? If you use two instead of one, it would be different result.
Yeah, I think the problem would, but it would be very comparative too.
上面有三个。
Yeah, I mean it's not.
一定是主任派去。
对啊。For sure. I guess the idea is that because it's like state media that they would kind of have like a single lens that they do it, but I should see if there's an example of two same state.
Congratulations, great presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. All the best. Thank you, Professor.
非常多。
谢谢。Thanks for your Okay. I need to make a phone call. I gotta make a phone call. Can I have your contact? You doing council? Yeah, I'm at Johnson. You're here, okay? Yeah.
你在录吗？没有。而且这边他现在有还是现在都有在讲？没有哎，因为我想说这个过程就是下一场。哦，是好的哦。好，我先下去拿一下之后，还是在那边。然后今天明天啊，然后就接第一场，接下一场的时候到几点？
Oh, really? Okay. Your PhD student.
对，那个第一场，等一下我用。对，我要用伞。开场几点？我忘了。
3点吧。
对，3点到4点20。
对。
我试一下，他就会回来。好。是他的是吗？
就跟上次一样当录而已，对不对？
对，而且我已经调好了，
我就只是做那个。
是因为他有时候是他讲完了，然后他要报，就是他要给回馈的时候，那老师回馈老师有的在那边，要再转，你就看谁回馈，你就转他。如果是前面的人就不用动，如果是旁边，就要稍微听一下。照在讲话的，他就一录到底吗？直接录到10。他在泰国啊。如果他中间有停下来，你就可以停，然后就接着听他回馈。然后。
Thank you.
应该是很快。
应该是很快。好，那不好意思，你好了再跟我交接。好，我的影片等我一下，我现在上传那个影片，因为我发现我只上2支片。你好了，那我会给你。我去那边找你。好，帮你看哦。
这个是我啦。飞机报告吗？对啊。你现在在哪里呀？
在成大。
你现在在成大
正金。对，正金所。
啊，你是念什么的？念哪个？体育、地震还是国际关系还是什么？
都有我现在都涉猎，是用它体震。
地震哦，我也是地震，我以前是，但是我都有。
对，我也想就是多涉猎一些地震的相关这样。
今天报告什么？
地震主要是台湾跟东南亚还有。
你有做东南亚的？
对，因为我主要是。
我知道啊，好快，相信很快，时间过好快。我们体力好，没有老，我们重点就是我们没有老，他们老了，我们冻龄。你对成大还好？
压力蛮大的，就是不轻松，每天都有很努力在看书。
研究生当然要努力看书，而且博士班你就剩这时候可以看书，以后就比较珍贵了。以后你要什么？对啊，我跟你说，因为这没有来啊，这是我们的，这是我的头是啊。我没有议程吗？议程被拿走。完了，我也不知道，去看别的。没有。这个哪里是？
你们3个，你跟佳琪的。好，里面的工作人员。好。谢谢。慧心。这个我去交编的。
好。啊，每一个人都有啊。就是学生。讲的交给他，讲的了。都有 OK。moderator 跟，好吧，应该是。
那你就自己给他开始放在哪？录影。哦，我们这个外录，然后再往这边。
好像可以放里面的，因为我们也是。
没在里面。
对，我们自己的一个。
那你在第一步是那个 A 在，那你有多少是？
哦，对。
我在说他是要马上回来。
我然后他直接给他就好。
那你拿给他啊？
然后我拿给他，不要给他了，这样子就不要给他。
尿。
这里可以喝吗？我帮你切进去哦。好麻烦。这个是免费
这是我朋友。我自己当进去。就政治经济政治，然后我就研究用政治这个学。
那你可以简单介绍一下。
也是画的那个方式，经济入手，还用政治的方式去进行，但是经济有些很奇怪的是花钱或者这些市场问题，也是由政府政策介入，政府政策去分配，还有现在，但是一小部分还是没有，还是让全。
所以你这边
台湾主要是做一个数据的比较在 SARS 跟斑鸠还有什么，然后在那个COVID-19情况下，台湾跟东南亚跟中国的经贸的关系变化怎么样？然后这个数据变化对台湾目前很难看出什么样的威胁。
那你是用贸易？
贸易跟去看这个变化，它主要是提供在疫情这个在2020疫情的情况下，对台湾的一些政策来影响，差了。
对，这就可以实现。我上次去拍照，我拍。想确定有到，听说现在拍照可以关心。没有然后后面嘛，对对对，好，啊，那个就是剩下的，好，好。上次有个太开心了，他说不用钱，不用钱，不会报告啊，这是外国人，他没有来。感谢，好，没问题，谢谢。还有，我帮你拿麦克风。
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. We have another session later, 4:30 at Z1307. It's for publication workshop. You're all welcome to attend the session after the session. All right, thank you.
Okay. So please have your seat. And the total number of this panel is 18 minutes. 18 minutes. So presentation time is 10 to 12 minutes for each paper presentation. And moderator will have 3 minutes for the opening remark. And also we will make comments for each paper about the moderator and the discussion was 3 minutes for each paper. So in order to, for the convenience of the managing of the time, so we will let the 4 paper to present one by one. And I will comment on the first and the first 2 papers. And Annika will comment on the 3rd and 4th papers. So then we will have time for respondent or response and also open the question to the floor. So without further ado, we will start our presentation by the first paper.
Good afternoon, Professor and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Zhang. I'm very happy to be here to present our paper on 2021 Wenzao Conference. Our topic is impact of deterrence transfer on productivity of domestic enterprise, with a case study with a case of Chinese FDI in Vietnam. Now, the content about this paper have 5 parts. The first is introduction, and the second one is Chinese foreign direct investment in Vietnam, and the third one is methods, and the fourth one is the finding, and the last one is implication, policy, and conclusion. Please don't hesitate to raise any question during my presentation. For the introduction, technology transfer to foreign API projects play a significant role in development of countries, specifically for developing countries, in narrowing the technology gap between developed country and developed nations. And developing countries have need for technical advancement to gain foothold in the global economy. However, how does the domestic productivity of an emerging country grow by receiving technology transfer from API, especially those from another developing country, have not been analyzed and answered by rigorous study. And China's foreign direct investment in Vietnam has been increasing rapidly in recent years, and ZDN is inevitable chance, especially when Vietnam and China would close tied in many global supply chains. This study will examine the impact of technology transfers of Chinese FDI enterprise in Vietnam on the productivity of Vietnamese enterprise from 2013 to 2018 by using the annual technology survey data conducted by the General Statistics Office of Vietnam, and the generalized method of moments will apply to analyze this study. And here's I will take some overview situation about the Chinese foreign direct investment in Vietnam through some statistics. And here is the Chinese direct investment in Vietnam from 2005 to 2019. As you can see here, some key point in 2007, 2013, and 2017. In 2007, the total number of Chinese projects in nearly doubled the total number of projects in 2006, because in this year, Vietnam joined the WTO. And in 2013, the number of Chinese projects also skyrocketed to 110 with combined registered capital of 2,338.6 million US dollar. In this year's recent event, Vietnam engaged in TPP reset negotiations. So this is a crucial factor to attract investment from China. And in 2017, the Chinese project in country number 295 with total registered capital of 2,137.6 million US dollar. Here is the however, here's this figure demonstrates the 5 business investment partner in Vietnam in 2019. Also the China with many projects registered. However, the total investment is still lower than the other countries, such as the Republic of Korea, the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. Italy is also depend in China, but you can see here that China with in 2019 with 702 and 705 projects with total 4,115.2 million US dollar. It's still below than the Republic of Korea with 1,181 projects. And the figures demonstrate about the average, the registered capital per Chinese FDI project in Vietnam in the period from 2005 and 2019. Regarding to the size investment project, apart from the few large scale projects, Chinese FDI projects have small size and large fluctuation. You can see the fluctuation in 2002 and 2019 increased significantly, but decreased also very rapidly. In 2016 and 17, about 7 million US dollar, and this is decreased to 5,084 million in 2019. Here is a concentration of FDI enterprise by region in Vietnam. As you can see here, the most investment focused on the focus on the Red River Delta and Southeast area. And here's the Chinese foreign direct investment in Vietnam by industries. You can see here, most of Chinese enterprise focus on processing and manufacturing, with 1,018 projects, and production and distribution of electricity, gas, water, and air conditioner, real estate business actually, and construction, mining, because of China's lack of significantly workforce from these industries. So they try to invest in Vietnam because the workforce in Vietnam with the cheap cost. So they try to invest the kind of industry in Vietnam. And here is the main investment from China in Vietnam. Before China's mainly invest in the form of the kind of e-tape leasing joint venture with the Vietnamese firm, but in recently they was wholly invest directly. And here's proposition of FDI enterprise receiving transfer from the foreign supplier to investment. You can see here comparing to another country and area like Hong Kong, Taiwan, South Korea, Japan, Europe, US, EU, and Asia. China still below than like Hong Kong or South Korea. You can see from 2013, 2018, compared to the Hong Kong or South Korea, is China only 62%. And here is the promotion. FDI firm transferring technology to domestic enterprise to investment in new technology reflect in growth, machinery, and equipment. The numbers show that the China is invest a significant transfer. The promotion of FDI firm transferring technology by China is still increasing, but comparing to some other country and areas, is still below like Hong Kong, Taiwan, South Korea. And here's the average total factoring productivity contribution per FDI enterprise by group of country and territories in from 2010 to 2018. You can see here their average total factoring productivity of China and Macau. We calculated two together, but comparing to another country, is still lower than Hong Kong, South Korea, Japan, and lower than US and EU. These statistics demonstrate that it seems to be consistent with general perception that Chinese FDI is concentrated in low-tax industry and generating low total factor productivity contribution, but they are in line with the development of Vietnam domestic enterprise and general chain of investment and technology transfer to East Asian supply chain. And why Chinese investment in Vietnam have benefit? They are still complain that such investment are low and low technology content, outdated technology, and engage right transfer and basic with the numerous delay. For the method of this study,
you can see we have the dependent variable in labor.
Sorry for the interruption. You have 1 extra minute to make the conclusion.
Thank you for the reminding. So because of time limit, so I will go directly to conclusion. The results show that China's FBI firm in Vietnam are mainly concentrated in the Red River Delta and Southeast region, and the technology transfer rate in those companies are quite low. And the positive effect of technology transfer of FBI enterprise in Vietnam on labor productivity and total effective productivity business. And in addition to factors related to FDI, business characteristic policy and macro environment that affect technology investment level of firm variable related to technology transfer from Chinese FDI firm to the also positive impact on technology investment of enterprise in Vietnam. And it is necessary to have state solution in monitoring, evaluating, and promoting technology transfer Chinese FDI into Vietnam. And measures should also taken to encourage domestic enterprise to improve capacity, especially the capacity of offshore technology, in order to improve the efficiency of transfer technology. Thank you for the attention.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Herlin Qian. I'm from the National Pindong University of Science and Technology, and my co-author is Isvan Rado. He is in Thailand now from Thammasat University, maybe watching our online. Hi. This specific panel is on economic and environment. So my paper will focus on environment. The title of the paper is University Department as Change Agents in the Organic Waste Management. So we will compare the Thai experience and Taiwan experience. So the research background is we are having more and more people living from the rural area to the urban sectors. So about 70% of the people by 2050 will live in the urban style. So city, of course, offers a lot of opportunities, such as they can offer us economic, political, social life, and also generate a lot of GDP. However, city also generate a lot of waste. So the challenge of generating different type of waste will be very huge. So the research question, we have two questions. First is how can city better reduce, recycle, and repurpose the organic waste? Second is, what is the role of the university in it? So in this research, I use my own university, and then Thailand use the Thammasat University to see our own real action of the university in intervening the city to regulate their waste problem. So the problem of waste. Actually, Southeast Asia is growing very fast. As you can see, the title of or the logo of this department is Rising Southeast Asia. So the economic development is very fast. However, they also generate a lot of waste. So South Asia and Pacific is the region that generate the most waste around the globe. So that's the first research question. And what type of waste does Southeast Asia generate? Actually, the developing country, they generate far more organic waste. About 53% are food waste, 51% are green waste. As opposed to like the United States, Europe, they generate a lot of dry waste that can be recycled. So dry waste like plastic or others can, so they could easily recycle. So recycling has been practiced a lot in the US, in also developed countries. But in developing countries, how to recycle the organic waste is a new topic. It's an emergent topic that we will dip into. The over-generation of organic waste is not new. Traditional method is to just use landfill solution to bury those waste. However, new solutions are coming out recent year. For example, in Indonesia, the communal installation of waste bank to reuse the organic waste as fertilizer. And then there are literature about this saying that environmental friendly fertilizer can be a solution for the environmental problems. Another new way of repurpose the organic waste is this FEWW, food, energy, water waste nexus solution. As we eat a lot of food, and then our food waste can become pollution either in water or in other places, but we can recycle those wastewater, and then also part of the waste can generate biofuel energy. So this is a new solution. Our second research problem, I want to investigate what is the role of the university. As I mentioned, university in the literature now, especially in action research, focus on how university can be a change agent to solve social problems. We use the method of most different system designs. So the Thai case and the Taiwan case, we are different in population. We deal with different waste. Thailand deal with food waste. I deal with the livestock pig waste. And then also the type of recycling mechanism are different. Of course, the cultural variation is big. I didn't put it here, but maybe it is too much to say about this cultural difference. The research method we use is action research. So we as researcher is also engaging in and inviting the community to co-design those solutions for waste recycling. So the academic researcher, us as an outsider, we collaborate with stakeholders as an insider and to improve the participants' insiders' situation. That's part of a very important action research type that is generating now. So the research role of the university as outsider, they have a huge literature on this. I will quickly skip. So we have different role in Thailand. The role of the university, Thammasat, is to brainstorm different solutions, to invite the local stakeholder to co-design decision process, and then also use university money to hire consultants from the private sector. And they the result is they do a 2 months of quantitative survey and expert interview, and then finally they co-design the experimental waste management initiative. In Taiwan, we do it differently. I organize a service learning with 2 of my class. Each class is more than 100 students. So I lead a student from the University of Pindong Science and Technology. We involve large group of students as a co-creator of benefit for farmer. We want to organize some knowledge. We want to match the farmers to let them know that actually you can use recycle waste water as a fertilizer. So together we help the local Pindong government to solve this wastewater problem. So the Thai case I mentioned, they spent 3 months doing survey interviews in 404 households in 2 different communities. So they compare the result of 2 different communities. I go quickly. These 2 communities is very small, and they divide into different groups. And different groups they generate different ideas. So this is the 2 community. So this process is a bottom-up process. They invite the community to tell us what kind of waste management you are practicing now. So as a best practice. So they share some of the example. For example, to organize 1 rice, 1 pot, 1 curry pot program. They organize garbage can program and also organize some food waste composting program. In another community, they practice different programs, such as they have raised awareness program to separate their garbage. So the actual intervention is the Thai university they help the community if they want to participate in their project. So they will give them this kind of logo and put in their in front of their house to show that we are very proud that you collaborate with university to recycle. And then we also give them a thank you bag and a letter to thank you for their engagement. Otherwise, there is no incentive for the community to collaborate with university, and they don't know why the university is doing this. For the Taiwan case, as you can see, the peak, I'm teaching in Pingdong. Pingdong is, we have 120, so 1.2 million peaks. So a lot of peak raising, a lot of organic pollution problem. And then for maybe 30 years, the government cannot solve the problem. So that's how the university want to use university responsibility project to intervene these kind of problems. So we try to collaborate with the Donggang Conservation River Association. So we try to persuade the local community they can recycle their wastewater. So we are not only eating meat, pig, pork as a food, but we can also recycle those pig waste and then become fertilizer back to the field. So it's kind of a circular economy model. So in our models, we use this waste, water food waste nexus, and then to encourage the recyclement. So this is some picture. Those are farmers who use pig slurry to recycle and to fertilize their farm. This is me. I went to the local township, and this is from Donggang community, Donggang conservation groups, and this is from the township leader. So we kind of push for more collaboration between different stakeholders to show that university can help to intervene and to encourage co-design of the policy. This is my class with more than 100 students, and this is my student in front, and those are the farmers. We try to match the farmer and encourage them to do more. So this is the last slide. So the common findings is a work in progress paper because our project is still going on. My students are still going on this semester to help the farmers. And once we finish, we want to summarize the whole process. We want to compare our finding with more literature to see what kind of policy recommendation and what kind of role the university can play, and what can our two empirical case, both in Thailand and Taiwan, can contribute to the theory of action research. So I will stop here now. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Jen. And now we invite the third presenter.
Good afternoon, professors, ladies and gentlemen. The research topic I'm going to present today is changes in economic relations during SARS, 2008 financial crisis, and COVID-19, analyzing Taiwan's economic relations with ASEAN and China. And my research presentation will focus on this online. First, I will introduce the background and motivation and so on, and then review the previous research, and then demonstrate my methodology, present the data, and draw for the conclusion, focusing on political economic implications. So the outbreak of crisis throughout history impacted economies. This study compares the effect of three crises, SARS, 2008 financial crisis, COVID-19 pandemic, on the changes in Taiwan's economic relations with ASEAN and China. Previous research have studied how these crises affect globalization and the global value chain, the effect of SARS or COVID-19 on Taiwan's stock market price, and the impacts on the 2008 financial crisis on the wealth inequality in Taiwan. However, even though some of the studies analyze the impact of crisis on Taiwan's economy, none of the research investigates and compares the changes in Taiwan's external economic relations during the outbreak of these three crises. Therefore, this research is motivated by the lack of studies comparing these three crises, which influenced Taiwan's society and economy dramatically, and the lack of emphasis on analyzing changes in Taiwan's economic relations with ASEAN and China, which are the top and the second largest economic partners for Taiwan.
The purpose of this study is to investigate and compare the effects of these three different crises on the changes in Taiwan's external relations and illustrate the implications of Taiwan's economic trend after the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic. And this research addressed two research questions. First, what are the changes in economic relations between Taiwan and ASEAN, as well as China, during the outbreak of SARS financial crisis and COVID-19? Second, what are the implications of the changes in Taiwan's economic relations with China and ASEAN during this crisis? This research will contribute. The contribution of this research is that it bridges the gap of the lack of comparison on the effect of these three crises on Taiwan's economy and its external economic relations. In 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic caused a global economic recession, and its impacts on the world economies have continued due to the lockdown measures and the emergence of coronavirus variant, which is even more contagious. And in this research, I have reviewed the previous study focusing on the impact of SARS financial crisis and pandemic on the economy, and also have reviewed the case death and the death rate of the SARS and the COVID-19, and also analyzed the changes of the crisis on those economic statistics. And due to the time limit, I'll just skip those parts and I'll go through my data quickly. And so this research is a comparative study employed the method of document analysis and descriptive statistic analysis to study Taiwan's external economic relations. And the data source are the books and documents collected from the online source and a statistic of trade and investment collected from Taiwan's governmental official website. And as for the time zone, the study divided into the period before the outbreak of crisis and after the outbreak of crisis. So I defined 2019 as the year represented period before the crisis, and 2020 is the year after the outbreak of crisis. I'll compare the changes before and after and to draw for the implication. So first, I will bring attention to the statistic on the changing investment of relation during the crisis. So during the SARS, Taiwan's investment in China increased by $975 million, and which was around 10 times higher than Taiwan's investment in ASEAN, and also growth rate shows a positive trend. And during the financial crisis, obviously we know that the economic are being negatively impacted. So the increase in investment in China and ASEAN shows a negative trend. However, the percentage still shows quite stable level. It shows that Taiwan is still quite dependent on the Chinese market during the outbreak of financial crisis in terms of the investment statistic. Thirdly, during the outbreak of the pandemic, Taiwan's investment in China increased by $1.73 billion, and which is around 66 times higher than Taiwan's investment in ASEAN, and the growth rate is at 41.54%. And next, we examine the changes in trade relations during the crisis. Taiwan's trade with China increased by $15 billion, and which is around 6 times higher than the increase of Taiwan's trade with ASEAN. And the trade dependency has increased by 4.73%, and the growth rate is at 83.33%. And during the outbreak of financial crisis, the trade percentage of Taiwan on China also increased. And lastly, during the outbreak of COVID-19, Taiwan's trade with China increased by 16.8 billion, and which is around 80 times higher than Taiwan's trade with Southeast Asia. And the dependence has increased by 2%, and the growth rate reached 11.27%. And next, we have to look carefully into the trade structure to understand what are the implications of those statistics. So first, I will draw attention to the outbreak of SARS. That during 2002, after the outbreak of SARS, Taiwan's export toward China. Here I compare the value of export and the trade balance. So Taiwan's export toward China has increased by $12.3 billion. And then also Taiwan earned more trade surplus. That trade surplus increased by 9.3 billion, and these are growth rate that is quite dramatic. And during the outbreak of financial crisis, obviously Taiwan's export toward China and ASEAN has both decreased, but Taiwan is still earning trade surplus from China, and the trade surplus earned from China reached $29.8 billion, which is 3 times higher than Taiwan's earned from ASEAN. And even during the outbreak of COVID-19, Taiwan's export to China has increased by $10 billion. And also, Taiwan's trade surplus earned from China has increased by 4.47 billion. So those statistics have some
political implications. Well, first, I'm going to summarize all of those findings. So the first finding is that Taiwan's investment in China during crisis maintained a level. The amount of investment in China increased considerably, especially during COVID-19 as well as SARS. Second, the statistic of export and trade balance shows that China and ASEAN both helped to support Taiwan economy in terms of trade surplus during the outbreak of these three different crises. Third, among the crises, Taiwan enjoyed trade surplus in terms of its trade with China, especially during COVID-19. So those statistics shows that China is a relatively stable source of income supporting Taiwan's economy in terms of trade revenue. And the other important part is that Taiwan's trade dependence on China rose during the outbreak of COVID-19. So what are all those implications of those statistics? That they have an enormous political economic implication, especially for President Taiwan's new foreign policy. So first of all, high trade dependence on China and China as a stable source of income for supporting Taiwan's economy pose challenges on Taiwan's new foreign policy. As President Taiwan's foreign policy aim at redirect the investment from China to Southeast Asia, and also they decrease Taiwan's economic dependence on the Chinese market. The statistic shows that during the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, Taiwan's economic dependence is increased on Chinese market and also earned a lot of revenue from the Chinese market. So this first pose a threat and challenge toward the Taiwan sovereign policy. Second, stable Taiwan-China economic relations show a fixed and stable cross-strait supply chain. Relocation of manufacturing plants may not be easily witnessed in the short run. So again, this is also challenging question of sovereign policy, as President Taiwan should want to relocate the manufacturing plant from China to Southeast Asia under her sovereign policy. However, on the current short-run trend, it shows that the statistic of investment shows that Taiwan's investment in China has increased considerably. So relocation from China to Southeast Asia seems not possible in the short run. So this again has posed a challenge and threat toward the effectiveness, legitimacy, and the feasibility of the sovereign policy. Third, as Taiwan has high export dependence on China and relying on Chinese market for earning trade revenue, political antagonism between Taiwan and China could lead to concern with Taiwan's national security. So as I shows the statistic that Taiwan has high degree of trade, export of trade toward the Chinese market, and also rely on the trade surplus of the earned from China to support Taiwan's economy. This has posed a threat. If the Beijing government want to impose economic sanction on Taiwan, then it will disturb the economic development of Taiwan. And so for instance, previously there's a case that the Beijing government has posed sanction against Taiwan's export of pineapple, and so it has created turbulence and a problem in Taiwan's exporting and how do we consume those pineapple. And the study has shows that Taiwan's export pineapple to China account for 90%. So those issues must be addressed if we want to solve this kind of national security issue. So, however, this study still have some limitation. So first of all, the limitation in this study is that this research ignore the heterogeneity in governmental response and the lockdown measure in different countries, especially in ASEAN, which has 10 member states. And secondly, the effect of pandemic and lockdown measures were different across countries. So as this study focused on a macroeconomic perspective, it has ignored the differences in government's policy response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And as a result, future study can focus on the effects of the government's response to COVID-19 pandemic on investors' will to invest in a certain country. And also, future research should study and compare the lockdown measures implemented by Southeast Asia countries with the Chinese government's response, compared with Chinese government's response to COVID-19, and investigate what are the factors that affect the investors' will to inject capital into either ASEAN or to the Chinese market. And also, future research can have to think of some public recommendation or policy recommendation toward the sovereign policy. How to address this kind of short-term increased reliance on the Chinese government, the Chinese economy, while President Taiwan is conducting a sovereign policy. It must have to solve this problem or to prevent further political conflicts or political antagonism to solve those crises. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Now welcome the fourth presenter, Professor Wu.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Today, I want to share my research is why do business group previously exist in the emerging economies. So first of all, I want to give you the definition of what is business group. Business group is a collection of independent firms, and they try to use some formal like the shareholdings equipment or like the informal ways like the personal connections to bond together and operate in coordination and maximize the benefit of the entire groups. So obviously, the business group previously existed in most emerging economies and dominate these countries' economic development. I try to give you two examples. One is in the 2020 census revenue already accounted for 1/5 of the South Korea's GDP. And according to the Fortune magazines, this magazine also announced that the top 500 companies in China, all those companies belong to the business group, and their revenue already occupy half of the China's GDP. So the interesting phenomena is business group only exists in emerging economy. There is no business group in the advanced economy. There is no business group in the United States. So previous scholars try to give some explanation why business group only exist in the emerging economy. They think maybe emerging economy they face market imperfection problems. So business group serves as a solution to these problems. There are several examples. For example, like facing information asymmetry and undersupply of well-trained human resources. So business group can transfer their management talent from one affiliate to the other. Or facing problems of weak contract enforcement and opportunistic behavior. Maybe business group can train internally against the opportunistic behavior because the intra-group economic and social punishment are harsh. But my research question still stay because if the market imperfection problems in the emerging economy exists, then all the firms in the emerging economy, they should transform into business group because business group is the solution of this problem. But obviously, only some firms can transform into the group, but others cannot. So my question still remain open because I don't know why some firms can grow from a firm to a business group, but others cannot. So it's related to the evolution of the business group. And I try to read some previous literature, but they give me inconsistent result. The Cook and Gillen, they said the business group is from a focal firms, they try to move from unrelated diversification and to the related diversification. But the John proposed another argument, the contradictory argument. He said, firms, they will try to do the related diversification in the early stage and move to the unrelated diversification. So I think the evolution of the business group still like a final conclusion. So that's why I choose the business group as my research settings. There is several reasons, but I don't have the time limit to introduce why I choose Taiwanese business group. And I also use the case study research method to do this research. So I mentioned several business group in the paper, but due to the time limit, I only can share one business group to do the illustration. I think the business group, they will go through 3 stages. The first stage is concentrating on their core business and try to do the vertical integration to completely control the core industry. So during the 1950 to the 1980, we know all the firms need to maintain good political connections with the government. because the government can offer the entry permits to the monopolized industry. That is why some firms can enter other industry, but some firms cannot enter the monopolized industry. So guanxi became a rare and non-tradable resources. But unfortunately, this political connection within the guanxi is embedded in the personal ties. So the corporation face a problem is they may gradually lose these advantages, especially when the key person passed away. So during the 1950 to the 1980, I mean the initial stage of the Far Eastern group to grow up, the top managers begin to thinking about maybe we need to use those political connections to do some vertical integration to help us to completely control over one or more stages in the production or distribution of the product. So vertical integration can help firms to expand the core business and reach the economies of scale. I try to give you some figure because figure can make us more understand. Okay, so let's see. This is the core business of the Far Eastern Group. That is the Yudong Far Eastern Textile Corporations. And when the founders want to help the core business, they try to backwardly to integrate into the supplier side. So they established the Yadong chemical fibers to offer the synthetic fiber to the headquarters. And they also try to use the political connection to enter the chemical industry to establish these two firms to offer the key material, the TPA and the EG to the headquarters. And there is also a problem that the headquarters cannot sell their clothes. So they try to enter the retailing industry. That is the Far Eastern department store, Yudong Baihuo, to help the headquarters to sell their clothes made by the headquarters. So I also try to draw a picture. You can find in the initial stage before the 1989, this business group focused more attention on their core business and do the vertical integration. Okay, so the implication is business group in the first stage, they try to focus on expansion of the core business to reach the economies of scale, and also try to use the vertical integration to control the core industry. But when they move on to the stage 2, I find an interesting phenomenon. In the stage 1, they kind of freezing all the resources in a certain industry. But in the stage 2, they try to unfreezing those resources. They try to shift those resources to other unrelated industry or to other geographic location. Because due to the deregulation, the business group faces some pressure of competitiveness from the domestic competitors or from the foreign competitors. So they begin to thinking about diversifying into related or unrelated industry, or choosing other emerging economies like the China or Southeast Asia as their to relocate their manufacturing plant to those locations. So I also try to use the same. This is the part 1, right? And the stage 2, we can know the core industry is the textile industry, but they enter unrelated industry. They establish the Yunming Hangyun and the Fuming Yuntong. That is the transportation corporations try to responsible for the group transportation. And then they also establish the Yunming advertising agency to responsible for the group advertising. And they also establish construction corporations to construct the group's office buildings. And they also set up the bank, that is Yudong Yinhang, to give the financial support to the entire group. So we can find that in the second stage, the business group moved from the vertical integration, moved from the core business to the unrelated industry. And also, you can see all these points are the subsidiary of the group, okay? So you can find at the second stage, they will focus their resources to do the geographic expansion. So the implication is at the second stage, business group trying to unfreeze their resources, trying to reposition those resources from the original core business to the promising business, and try to relocate their factories from Taiwan to other emerging countries. And the third stage is the growth of the subgroup. So business group in this stage, they try to thinking about they want to find a promising industry, and those industry is chosen as a new core business. So they will relocate their resources to help this subgroup growth, and hope this subgroup can later the business group can last forever. So I try to give you, this is the subgroup, okay? Originally, the foreign department just help the headquarters to sell the clothes. But now the headquarters of the business group thinking about maybe retailing is one promising industry we can handle. So they to the foreign department to acquire the Sogo department store, and also enter the chain store, also enter the hypermarket, like those industry to build up the subgroup. So I quickly finish my conclusion. I find the growth of the Taiwanese business group is a type of resource-based and competence-based growth. And there are three stages. The first stage, they try to expand their core business to reach economy of scale, and try to use their political connection to enter the supply side or enter the customer side, to enter different industry, and using vertical integration to control the core industry. So we can say the stage one, they try to freezing all the resources, they try to committing all the resources in this core industry. But in the second stage, the growth of the core industry is constrained and the institution is improved. So they begin to thinking about to shift their resources and capability to other related or unrelated industry, or relocate their core business factory to other emerging economies. So the stage two looks like unfreezing the resources from core industry to other industry or other geographic location. And the third one is they try to explore some promising industry as their new core business. And I hope those subgroup growth can give some driving force to later the business group can last forever. So when they find the promising industry, they will refreezing the resources in the subgroup again. So this finding, I try to provide some explanation to why a focal firm can build up a business group, and why business group can constantly exist when the problem of the market imperfection are gradually solved. Thank you.
So I will comment on the first and the second papers. The first paper examined the impact of the technology transfer of the Chinese FDI in Vietnam. And by using the annual technology survey data and also the generalized method of movement, the paper found that Chinese FDI technology transfer has a positive impact on the labor productivity and the total factor productivity in Vietnam domestic enterprise. In addition to that, enterprise characteristic and other macro factors also play major role in impacting the productivity in Vietnam. So when I read this paper, I first try to identify its contribution to the study. Then I give my comments for future study or for the possibility for the future publication. I think the first contribution of this paper is to answer how does a domestic productivity of an emerging country, here the case in Vietnam, by receiving technology transfer from another developing country, China in this case. So that's his first contribution. I think the second contribution is using the quantitative narrative to provide a detailed analysis of Chinese FDI in Vietnam. If you have the chance to read the paper, I think the authors spent 10 pages, provide us a macro picture of the Chinese FDI in Vietnam. In terms the quantitative, the value trend from the 2005 to 2019. Second, the size of that FDI. Third, the items from textile, thermal power, synthetic rubber to iron mining and steel production. And fourth, the geographic distribution of that FDI. And also the fifth, the quality of that FDI, which is low-tech, labor-intensive, fuel-intensive, not to mention polluted-oriented. And the sixth is the structural change from small, medium enterprise to joint venture with the Vietnamese local firm to 100% FDI and to the merging and the acquisition. And also the last but not the least, identify this investor, FDI investor in Vietnam, including not only China, but also Hong Kong, Taiwan, Singapore, and so on and so forth. I think that's the second contribution of this paper, to provide us a macro picture. And I think the third contribution is using the so-called generalized method of movement, GMM model, to determine factors affecting labor productivity and the TFP. However, due to the presentation, you don't have the time to present this part of your analysis. And after these the fourth contribution, at the end, based on your analysis, you provide a policy suggestion to the state government of Vietnam and also to the local business manager to deal with the Chinese FDI and continue to take advantage of that FDI to acquire technology transfer. So that's the fourth contribution I identified from this paper, although the presentation was not very smooth. So here's the critical comments for future research or the publication. This paper is basically provide us a macro picture of the FDI in Vietnam and the consequence of that FDI. However, you didn't to distinguish different types of FDI and also in different sector industry. Because different types and also different sectors, they have different rationale for technology transfers. So not only the whole picture, maybe I expect too much, also more details to differentiate or to summarize the consequence of that FDI. Second, the comparison of China, Hong Kong, Taiwan, maybe include Singapore, because these are all Chinese, culturally Chinese economy. Any difference in terms of the time, in terms of the FDI behavior, and also the consequence? I think it would be more interesting to make such comparison instead of just the China one. And follow this track, you also collect data of the FDI from US, EU, UK. So that makes, if you can compare the different behavior, FDI behavior, and those from to compare with the Chinese one and also the Western one in this, then maybe it's more, you have the more chance to get it published as a journal paper. So these are my suggestion to you. So the second paper is very interesting. I have the privilege to read this paper from Professor Jian. So the contribution of this paper is adopting the urban metabolism approach to frame cities as a complex ecosystem. It's quite interesting for me. And also the second contribution is by using the most different system design to select Tai Long in Thailand and also Pindong County in Taiwan as a case study to compare the innovative measure to reduce organic waste through the repurposing experiments. And last but not least, to identify the similarity from these two most different systems and to have similar opportunity and challenge from drawing lessons from these two cases. And this paper also tells us the three major factors play in important role: leadership, local capacity, and also external support. So my comments, I think these are the contributions. And my comments are, the main topic is about university department as change agents. But in this paper, in your presentation, I see that you provide more details in this. But in this paper, there's no clear description on the function and the role of the university department as change agents. But in your presentation, you relate to the USR. I think it answered my question here. Second, regarding to the research design, you provide a much more detailed description why these two cases were chosen and how different they are. But in your PPT presentation, you have the comparison table for the two cases. So that comparison table, I think, will serve the purpose to illustrate more, to demonstrate more what the most different cases design, so that they can make it more reader-friendly and to appreciate the rationale behind your research. And in terms of the action research, the author provide relatively thorough description of the process in the case study by step. So my suggestion for the author is try to align the two cases with one standardized set of index so that the comparison to draw the similarity differences can be easily grabbed by the readers. So all in all, this paper is a very good account on the subject of the university agent as the changing, university department as the changing agents. Also on the process to how to do so, providing the step-by-step guideline for the future actions. I think I learned a lot from the second paper in terms of the service learning, and also to know more about how a university department can do to fulfill the university social responsibilities. Thank you. So I will please, yeah, then I will let you respond.
Okay. So I'll go
for Wentong. Okay. Sorry for my poor Chinese, poor Mandarin. Actually, it's also my honor to be here, because I'm not in this studies area at all. I expert on Thai history, Thai politics, and Thai economy. But yeah, it's quite nice time to read these two papers. But I'll go to Wentong paper first. You compare SARS and 2008 financial crisis and then the COVID-19, right? And it seems like you found out that after, right now, after COVID-19 has started, the investment between Taiwan and China and Taiwan and ASEAN, it seems like Taiwan will be more dependent on China, right? The economy. And the number is quite surprisingly, right? And does this mean, I have a question, does this mean that the sharp power that China can play for Taiwan will be easier or will be more dangerous? Okay? And you will mention about the wealth inequality is expanding in Taiwan. But you didn't explain more why and how will affect the quality of living for Taiwanese people. So I would like to hear more about this. And then in page 15, in paragraph 3, regarding Taiwan's investment in its top and second largest economic partner, Taiwan's investment in ASEAN increased by this paragraph until the respectively. This one, I would like you to explain more because I tried to go through it many times and I still cannot understand what this means. And last question, I would like to hear more about your opinion. How will Taiwan drive the southbound policy in this close future after the COVID has started? As we see that the number that Taiwan can earn from ASEAN is quite low, right? After COVID-19. So how will the southbound policy can proceed to help Taiwan not to rely on China? So China will not play this sharp power so easily to Taiwan. Because I cheer up for Taiwan, I'm still living here, so yeah, I want Taiwan to be independent forever. Okay. And okay, I'm finished for Wentong, right? And actually, it's quite a good paper. I think I enjoy reading a lot, but there is 2 places of misspelling. I'll tell you later. But it's just a small mistake. Don't worry. Okay, now so we go for the topic of why do business groups pervasively exist in emerging economies? Okay, Professor Shao Zhu Wu, Professor Wu Shao Zhu. How can I pronounce? Shao Ci. Okay. Okay. I would like to ask, because I'm not in this area of studies, so I have a lot of questions. So I would like to ask the first question that you mentioned in the paper that this study is a longitudinal study, right? But in the topic you didn't mention the timeline, the timeline. So I was looking in the paper. So it seems like the timeline is from 1950 to 2006. Is that right? If it's right, why you choose this timeline? And Guanxi, you mentioned about Guanxi that affect to the business groups in Taiwan. I would like to know more about this Guanxi. Is a political Guanxi, and is it directly to KMT political relations or not? And I really curious why is 1950 and it's from 1950 until 2006. And in page 9, yeah, therefore, Guanxi, including political ties, became rare, inimitable, and non-tradable compatibility. Yes, I would like to know more about this sentence because I'm really not in this area, but I'm really interested in this topic. And then in page 12, I would like to know the PTA, what does this PTA means for this paper, because it doesn't have any footnote or any explanation. And then you were mentioned about 4 group, G1, G2, G3, G4, but then you compare only G1, G2, G3. G4 doesn't exist in the end. So I would like to know like why there is only 3 groups in the end, not the 4th group doesn't exist in the comparison. And page 15. Oh no, page 17. You mentioned that how business groups can build their business empires we observe today. I would like to know more about this sentence. And then it's a very huge topic, and it seems like the data collection will be very difficult. I would like to know how will you collect the data for this topic. Yes, that's all for my part. But yeah, I enjoy reading. Thank you so much for letting me be here. It's really my honor. Thank you.
Before we open to the floor, we let the presenter to respond to our questions.
Yes, sir. First of all, I really appreciate with the comment from Professor Wu Chen Lan, because from my understanding, your comment is very valuable and very helpful for us, because of as you know, because of the limited available resource when we collect the data. So there's some limited when we try to collect the data from the statistics office in Vietnam. So we will try to based on your comment. We will try to check to combine the data from China and Hong Kong and Taiwan to see how the results will demonstrate. And for the tire sector APIs, actually before the author also use the general normal method to analyze, but because of the result is not actually positive influence on their productivity and the key factor. So we decide to not report the study. And for other comment, like most detailed summarize the result from the China investment and the difference between the country and comparison among the countries. We will discuss with the other author and we try to revise on many ways to improve the quality of this paper. Once again, I'd like to thank you so much for your very helpful comment.
Thank you very much, Professor Lan's very constructive comments. A little bit background of this action research. I went to Thailand, Thammasat in 2018, and then I started to talk about this kind of collaboration with my collaborator, Isban Rado. So we sort of start to think about what are some common problems that we face, Thailand and Taiwan, as even though Taiwan, you were seen as a developed economy. However, in a lot of sense, especially environmental protection, it's still like emergent. Otherwise, our river will not be so polluted. So, so we try to find some common themes. So this project actually takes several years, and as an action research, is very time consuming. So this is still a working paper, but we are trying to gather the final set of data. As now during this semester, I'm still launching part of the project. Once we finalize the finding, we will find some standardized, we already have some idea, we just didn't put in this paper, a standardized analytical framework and some index to analyze both Thailand and Thai, and then to mainstream their differences and their common challenges, etc. And the difference between PowerPoint and the paper is because we have equal division of work. Like I did a PowerPoint, and we did have this most different system design talk about a long time ago. Maybe you forgot to put inside. So there's some missing part in the method. But we choose to use action research because, as you mentioned, in Taiwan case, we use the university social responsibility project, but in Thailand, they didn't have this term. So that's why it's not very clear that we can apply that, because he did not think his project is a university social responsibility project. But my project is, and it's still funded by it. But so we use a common action research so action research itself already exerts universities' role as an agent, change agent. So there's a rich literature review. So we want to also review other study that did similar things, and then study similar role in other places, and then to try to do more comparison, and then talk to the literature and to see what our contribution. Thank you.
Okay, so first of all, thank you for a comment and a question. I think I will answer the first question about the soft power. And I think that soft power refers to military power, and I don't believe that there will be a military conflict between Taiwan and Beijing, because the cost for attacking Taiwan is too high. And I think my paper can be referred to soft power about economic sanction on Taiwan. So this is an important issue that I think it's hard to address that because I think the soft power policy itself is a politically driven policy, and we can know that from the past that previously the President Lee Teng-hui and other government has a soft power policy, but it has failed to stop investment in China. And that's because Taiwan is a free market economy. There's an economic trend and there's a political driven policy. So it's divided. The government cannot control what business want to do. So first of all, there's no way to stop easing investment to go to China, because this political issue and economic issue are totally different. And we still follow the market trend and free market. We have to seek low cost for labor, land, and so on. And China is still the production cost still relatively cheaper compared to other places. And then second, I think as for the second question, the wealth inequality issue, I think I mentioned that in the literature review sections, that I try to address what the impact of the financial crisis on Taiwan's economy. And it's just part of it. It's not the main focus of my study. I just try to illustrate what the economic impact of those crises. And then to explain for the misunderstanding in page 15, I think I was trying to describe the statistic and refers to that during the outbreak of COVID-19, Taiwan has expanded its economy, especially investment to the world. And I think that's all. And then later on, it's just to describe how the economy has changed during the outbreak of COVID-19, and just describe the descriptive statistical analysis. And for the last question is that how Taiwan will drive the soft power policy. So I think that currently the Taiwanese government is developing the malignant vaccine. So I think that there can be a vaccine diplomacy for Taiwan to sell out its vaccine to Southeast Asia, or to donate to Southeast Asia to promote Taiwan's foreign policy and to improve Taiwan's image as well. And I think that's one of the possible method to help Taiwan to boost its foreign policy. But still, as I mentioned, that it's a mostly political-driven policy that want to stop investment and economic relations with China, and it may not be easy to be conducted because Taiwan is a free capitalist economy. It's not easy for the government just to tell the businessmen to not go to China. That's my response. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the reviewer give me some comments. I try to answer your questions. The first question is about the time period from the 1950 to the 2006, and what's the reason? Why I choose begin from the 1950, because before the 1950 there is no business group in Taiwan. And the other reason is I collate the data from the Zhonghua Zhenxinsuo. Zhonghua Zhenxinsuo has a book to collect the business group every year. And the Zhonghua Zhenxinsuo is also the subsidiary of the Standard Poor. So as for the previous scholar, I think this kind of the data is credible. And this organization only collect the business group from 1950. So that's why I choose 1950 as the starting point. And why to the 2006? There is two reasons. The first is we experienced a great transition in the 1990s. In later year, the Taiwanese government decided to do the deregulation. They tried to privatize the state-owned enterprise, and they also deregulate some industries to the all the private firms. I think that this great economic liberalization is also a transition which most emerging economies will face. They go from the centralized economy to the liberalized economy. So I want to cover this greatest transition to see what happened before this transition and what happened after this transition. So that's why I cover the 1990. And why I entered the 2006, there are two reasons. Because this is a longitudinal data. We need to collate over 70 years. And I didn't finish yet, okay? So I only, due to the 2006, this is the first reason. And the second reason is I found at the third stage, they try to copy the same growth path model to the subgroup. So they do the same way to the new core business. So I just added the 2006. Maybe in the future I have time, I can finish the data collection to the 2021. Okay. So this is the first question. And about the TPA, it's just a raw material of the clothing. So ignore it. It's just I mention it because they try to backwardly enter the control the whole value chain. So they also want to control the raw material. They don't want to rely on the Japanese firms anymore. So that's why the business group want to do the vertical integration. And about the data collection, I think I mentioned in the paper, there are several ways. The first is from the Zhonghua Zhenxinsuo, and the second is from the EBDS and the licensing is also a database, and also the Caixin magazine and some newspapers. So I also list all the data collection in the paper. So maybe I can mock the data collection for you later. Okay, and how the business group built the empire we observe today is I try to, because my question is in the previous scholars, they try to think about the emerging economy, they are market imperfection problem. So business group is a solution. So as for me, if market imperfection problem exists, then there should be all the firms grow up into the group because business group is the solution. But in fact, there is not. Some firms become the group, some firms did not. So I try to understand why firms can successfully build the business empire we've observed today, but others cannot. So that's why I mentioned those 3 stages, how the business group from a focal firm, from the Yuandong Fangzi, the parent company, a focal firm, to grow up, become a business group. They go through 3 stages. The first is concentrate on the core business to expand the core business and do the vertical integration, enter the supplier side and the customer side to control the whole industry. Then when they facing the deregulation, they try to enter and they try to apply their resources and capabilities to the other industries. Try to thinking about maybe we can find a promising industry as a new core business in the future. So in the 3rd stage, they will thinking about to build up the subgroup. Okay, so that's my answers. Thank you.
Okay, time's up. I think we don't have the time for the question to the floor. And thank you for all the presenters and all the participants in this panel. So we'll conclude this session, this panel. Thank you.
We all have to take group photo. So please, yes, take group photo together.
老师和发表人前面好吗？好。对，陆老师前面。其他同学可以在后面。不用。
意思一下有人就好。
要戴口罩吗？还是？
没关系，我们可以先戴口罩。好 ，1, 2, 3. Again, 1, 2, 3. We can.
Okay, remove the mask and hold your breath. Now you can say cheese.
1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
老师辛苦了。
Now the participation workshop starts in 1307.
可是，是跟我同组的吗？公关。可是我，OK。组长没这样说。我们有说场副，那我们可以说了。那我们可以场副。我需要讲什么吗？不要，刚刚说结束吧。We are finished. No, we finished. 大问牌这个哦，要看他们直播要关掉吗？你说跟这些人吗？对啊，只有两个人，其中一个还是我。Live stream will end. 结束。